Good morning, everyone, and welcome to this year's Injective Summit. We're thrilled to have you all here with us today. We have put together a powerful gathering of builders, leaders, and visionaries shaping the future of finance. So let's dive right in. Up first, we have Chen, the CEO of the Injective Foundation, here to share his vision and a look ahead at what's next in building the future of on-chain finance here at Injective.
Hello, and welcome to the Injective Summit. I'm Eric, and I'm the co-founder of Injective. Today, I couldn't be more excited to be hosting this year's summit right here in the heart of New York City. New York has always held a very special place in my journey. It's where I first came up with the idea for Injective. It's first where I went to school and dropped out to build Injective. And it's where the Injective Labs HQ is today. New York also happens to be the financial capital of the world, which makes it the perfect place to talk about how Injective is building the infrastructure for a new financial system, one that is more open, more efficient, and more equitable. Because at Injective, we believe that the future starts here. And that theme, the transformation of a new financial system, is woven into every part of the summit today. It's no coincidence that we're gathered here at Hall de Lumières, a space that once housed the Emigrant Industrial Savings Bank, the largest bank building in the US when it was completed. Today, a landmark of traditional finance has been completely reimagined. A place that once represented the old financial system now hosts the Injective Summit, where we're building what the future of finance can and should look like. Here, you'll see a visual journey that serves as a blueprint for the future of finance. This concept is etched across the walls, in the floors above us, and in your brochures. A timeline tracing the evolution of finance. Because how can you know where you're going if you don't know where you've been? From the world's first stock exchange in 1602 with the rise of Dutch East India Company to the creation of the Federal Reserve in 1913, the global financial crisis of 2008, and the launch of Bitcoin in 2009. All of these play a role in how we get into the Injective era today. You're literally surrounded by the history of finance, so you can better see the future we're building with Injective. Now, before we dive into what the future is, let's take a step back to the basics, starting with what exactly is Injective? Injective is a blockchain purpose-built for finance. This means that every upgrade, integration, and collaboration at the protocol level is designed with one goal in mind: to advance the future of finance. Why? Because we believe blockchain technology can and should serve as a foundation for a more open financial system, one that bridges traditional finance with decentralized finance. So what makes Injective truly different? At its core, Injective is powered by a fully on-chain order book. Now that might seem simple, but in finance, the order book isn't just important, it's foundational. It's a beating heart of markets, whether it's trading, lending, or price discovery. And on Injective, it's baked into the underlying chain stack itself, something no other chain has ever done before, and that only a handful of chains are even beginning to attempt today. Unlike other networks, where trades settle off-chain and rely on third parties, every transaction on Injective is settled directly on-chain. This means full transparency, instant finality, and MEV resistance by design, thanks to our unique matching engine. And here's where things get more powerful. Liquidity on Injective is shared across the entire network. This means that every application built on Injective can tap into a unified liquidity layer. Developers don't have to start from scratch or bootstrap their own applications. They can plug into the network and focus on building what matters. Because we believe access to finance should be universal, whether you're a user, a builder, or an institution. And that ethos is woven into everything that we do, from the tech to the institutional collaborations, to the way value flows across the network. Injective was designed as a collaborative, composable financial stack where even revenue is shared. One great example of this is Injective's burn auction, which is a built-in mechanism that creates economic feedback loop across the entire ecosystem. Each week, 60% of the fees generated by dApps using Injective's exchange module are collected and pulled into a fund. That fund is then put up for auction where any Injective user can bid on the assets using INJ. The highest bidder wins the entire pool of assets, and the INJ they used to win is permanently burned, reducing the total supply and creating a deflationary effect that grows within the ecosystem. This model has burned 6.6 million INJ to date. And today, we're unveiling a system, one that is based on burning revenue across the chain like never before, built by the community for the community. Introducing the community burn. First, we're moving on from weekly to monthly auctions, creating larger, more impactful pools of protocol fees across the chain. But the real innovation isn't just in scale. It's the mechanism powering participation and enabling everyone in the ecosystem to earn. Participation is now handled entirely through a smart contract, which acts as a sole bidder in the auction. Anyone can register their address through the contract on a first-come, first-served basis. Once registered, the contract handles the bidding process, placing bids at a fixed percentage below the pool's total value. This means everyone has a chance to win while directly contributing to the INJ burn like never before. There are clear rules. Spots are limited, allocations per address are capped, and everything is recorded fully on-chain for transparency and auditability. This ensures fairness, scalability, and efficiency as the ecosystem expands. Participants have the chance to receive a share of the pool assets while contributing to a deflationary model that propels the entire ecosystem forward. What's more, this isn't just about burning INJ. It's about empowering the community and about accelerating Injective revenue. Today, Injective is one of the highest revenue-generating Layer 1 chains. And today, we're officially unveiling the Injective Revenue Fund, which will act as a transparent public fund that collects revenue across the entire Injective ecosystem in real time. This revenue can contribute more to the burn while also being used for a wide array of ecosystem initiatives moving forward, helping to accelerate all of Injective into a new era of finance where users have direct access to governing and earning from the on-chain revenue. But that's not the only major milestone we will celebrate today. At last year's summit, we introduced our vision for a multi-VM world, Injective's mission to become the first Layer 1 blockchain to offer fully integrated multi-VM support for developers. That vision is now a reality. Injective's unified development environment is here. Starting next week, the public EVM testnet is officially going live. This means that Ethereum developers can now launch directly on Injective without changing a single line of code, all while tapping into advanced financial infrastructure like our on-chain club, burn module, and shared liquidity layer. This will also enable you to access and use a wide array of new dApps built on Injective, which will go live alongside the public testnet. And all activity across any virtual machine flows through one unified network, one ledger, one liquidity layer, and one community. Mirza, our head of business, will be sharing more about this launch and much more later today during his session titled Injective Alpha, the next chapter, so stay tuned. During his session, Mirza will also be unveiling even more of what's ahead for our ecosystem and new releases. I've so far only scratched the surface, but here are several major releases being announced today that will change Web3 forever. It's a session you don't want to miss, since you'll hear more about where Injective is headed and what's in store for a future of finance that we're building together. Beyond the announcements, however, we'll also be showing how Injective is actively reshaping the financial landscape, working alongside leading policymakers, institutions, and crypto-native innovators. We're honored to kick off the day with Deputy Superintendent John Melican from the NYDFS, who will help frame the broader regulatory vision for crypto here in New York, especially as it relates to the intersection of banking and digital assets. Summer Mersinger, CEO of the Blockchain Association, will also be joining us on a stage to share BA's work to advocate digital asset innovation and policy in Washington, providing a unique view after her experience as commissioner at the CFTC. You'll also hear from ecosystem partners like Sonic, Layer Zero, PIF, and Plume, who are helping to build the entire financial backbone of tomorrow. And from teams at Falcon X, Selene Capital, and Dragonfly, and Arch Capital, who are helping to accelerate that on-chain economy in real time. We'll dive into real-world assets with speakers from Galaxy Digital, Anchorage, and Republic, a segment that highlights exactly why TradFi is moving on-chain. A theme that we continue by speakers from Gemini and Citibank. An actor and comedian, TJ Miller, will be able to speak on why that matters for every kind of economy, whether it's traditional financial services or creative industries like film, TV, and entertainment. Of course, New York City's Mayor Adams will be speaking to you all today as well. He has been a vocal advocate for crypto from the start and has made it clear that he wants to make New York City the crypto capital of the world. That vision is coming to life, and Injective is proud to be one of the largest crypto companies ever built right here in the heart of New York. And we'll close the loop with insights on institutional capital entering the space from VanEck, 21 Shares, and last but certainly not least, Canary Capital. Because when we talk about finance, we mean the whole of it, including major institutions. As some Eagle Eye community members have already noticed, Canary Capital has officially registered a company to file for the first INJ staked ETF, which we'll be announcing in the coming weeks. All this points to one thing. This is just the beginning. I'm so excited to have you all here at the Injective Summit. So let's get started because the future doesn't wait. The future starts here. The future starts on Injective.
Stuff, Eric. Up next, as noted, we have an exclusive conversation with John Melican of the NYDFS. Guiding us through it is Dan Spooler, Executive VP of Industry Affairs at the Blockchain Association. Let's give them both a very warm welcome to the stage.
Thank you so much, Cooper. And thanks to the Injective team, Mirza, Esther, Noah, fantastic event, incredible venue. As Cooper said, I'm Dan Spooler, head of industry affairs for the Blockchain Association. I came up from Washington, D.C. yesterday to really participate in this because Injective is a great project, it's a great member, and we're here to support it. And I'm really excited to be joined today by Deputy Superintendent John Melican. I've known you for a few years. It's a pleasure to have you with us. Now, you've been in your role at the NYDFS for about a year or so. Can you start by sharing a bit about your professional background and what led you to focus on this regulatory enforcement in digital asset space?
Thanks, and it's a great pleasure to be here with you all. Just by background, I started out life actually about a block and a half from here at the Manhattan DA's office, where I was a prosecutor and spent about 8 years there, I think, and the last 4 or 5 on financial crimes prosecutions. That's where I was introduced to the wonderful world of money laundering, and following life at the DA's office, I found myself working at some large financial institutions, working in their compliance departments and their BSA AML programs. Sitting on that side of the table, being subject to regulation for many, many years was a great pleasure, but it was also a great learning experience and one that I draw on every day in my new job. I spent some time in consulting, working mostly on the HSBC monitorship before I joined a provider of blockchain analytics, and that's where I really worked with a lot of the folks in this room and a lot of industry participants, and got very involved in crypto and really the compliance aspects around crypto. the opportunity came to join DFS, and I really wanted to return to public service. And it's been a great pleasure over the last year to work with tremendous staff at DFS and see the expertise that they have already, and to help guide them through the next years in the future as this industry continues to change and develop.
Well, let's get right into it. And I like to say it's a first among equals among the state regulatory agencies, much the same way the Federal Reserve Bank of New York is considered. Incredibly important jurisdiction here in the financial capital of the world. And it plays a critical role in shaping the financial regulations, not just within New York, but nationally and even globally. And so for those here who may be newer to your work, and could you give us a brief overview on the department's mission and perhaps highlight a few key initiatives or priorities that have emerged since you took on this role?
Sure. I think just by background, Department of Financial Services really came around in 2008, post-financial crisis, and it was really the merger of New York State banking and New York State insurance. When you think about the scope of the state regulator here in New York, it's pretty incredible. We have about 3,000 regulated institutions, slightly over 1,000 different financial institutions or banks and bank-like organizations. We have about, I think it's around 2,000, almost 2,000 insurance-related companies. It's about 10 trillion in assets. There's 120 foreign banks, 15 GSIBs that are here in New York. So as an institution, DFS has tremendous breadth, tremendous experience. New York State banking goes back over 100 years. New York State banking law has been in effect since New York really emerged as the financial capital of the world back in the 1800s. So there's a lot of tremendous experience to draw on at DFS. In 2015, about 10 years ago, DFS had the forethought to really issue crypto-specific guidelines in the form of Part 200. And that created, as many of you know, what's predominantly known as the BIT license, and that allows for entities to conduct virtual currency business activity here in New York with specific guidelines that were not directly drawn from applying banking law or regulations designed to regulate money service businesses, as was done before and still exists in many places. We have very specific regulations here in New York designed to both regulate and encourage development of innovation in this space here in New York. I specifically work on the limited purpose trust side, which is under the BIT license. The trusts are granted the powers to comply with Part 200. They have additional powers that make them attractive for some businesses. And in particular, we see a lot of stablecoin activity and custody activity conducted out of the limited purpose trusts.
Yeah, I was going to get to that actually. I'm glad you brought that up, because one of your key responsibilities includes overseeing these entities to establish trusts in New York State, and particularly those that involve custody, tokenization, and even stablecoin issuances. And so the trends, my question is, what type of trends are you seeing now with these applications, and what are you and what is NYDFS? Are there any new approaches to these business models? And I mean, they're a rapidly growing part of this ecosystem.
Yeah, if I had to identify a trend or two or three, it would be stablecoins, and stablecoins. Pretty much what we've been seeing a lot of, and it pretty much dominates much of my agenda for limited purpose trusts. That trend has been continuing for some time. We started out issuing very specific stablecoin guidance in 2022. And again, Superintendent Harris, has been innovating and leading in this space. Regulation has to be viewed as both, a means to ensure safety and soundness and protect consumers, but it's also a very effective means to encourage the development of this industry. Putting out issued stablecoins, saying specifically, here's what you need to do for reserve assets, here's what you need to do for attestation, here's what you need to do for redemption. Giving those guidelines and setting those expectations gives the industry something to work with, to react to comply with. You have well-meaning, well-financed actors that can then come into this industry and say, here's what we need to do, here's what we're going to build around, and here's how we're going to advance this project. So we've seen that really as a huge driver in the last couple of years, and certainly in my time there. As to our approach, I think it's interesting, and it's one of the reasons that I really wanted to be in this position. We're trying to solve very novel issues, and it's a remarkable industry, and why it's a lot of fun, and I'm sure it's why you're all here, is it's a little bit like a new frontier. This isn't well-trodden ground. Everybody doesn't know exactly what's going to happen. Issuing a new ETF may be exciting, but it's something that we've seen, before. When we talk about stablecoins, it almost in our world, because it's been around for a few years, seems old school, but it's still relatively novel, and we're still trying to come up with a collaborative approach on this. We want to work with the industry, hear the ideas of the industry, but we need to take a long-term view to how this is going to be regulated. A good example of that is even in the short space that stablecoins, US dollar stablecoins, have been around, they continue to change and evolve. We now see global issuance of stablecoins. So stablecoins that are issued here in New York, in Europe, and in Asia. We're now trying to take an approach that would coordinate between those. How do we protect New York consumers? How do we uphold our regulations here in New York? Or the industry who wants to do this globally. So there's a lot of coordination, and there's no very specific solution that jumps out. There's no magic bullet to this. So we have to work collaboratively with the industry and listen and learn and still follow our regulations and our guidance to make sure that we're protecting consumers, because ultimately that's forward. Stable coins will only be popular and only be useful as long as they're safe. That's our prime directive here, is to make sure that we are building products with our regulated entities that are protecting consumers, drive safety and soundness, which will in long term help this industry develop.
So there's a lot of misconceptions and confusion with the taxonomy, with the classifications of digital assets, crypto, within the regulatory landscape. And part of that to blame is the lack of national market structure clarity, which of course we're working on pretty hard in Washington. The stablecoin legislation, obviously that's imminent. But what, from your vantage point as a state regulator, what are some of the more common misconceptions you encounter at the NYDFS and the approach to crypto oversight?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think the common misconceptions, I think, are probably that the regulation is incredibly static. I think there's a view that says, okay, here's the regulation and here's how it's going to be applied. I think what we've seen and what DFS has done is continually develop and innovate. Since issuing the Part 200 regulations in 2015, and even in the the time that Superintendent Harris has been in office, we've issued 9, I think, separate guidances around virtual currency. I mean, we've put out guidance on stable coins, as were mentioned, coin listing policies, consumer complaints, to just name a few. We are constantly, and the superintendent is constantly looking to give guidance to the industry to make sure that we are staying current and providing a regime that allows industry to develop safely. And I think the misconception is that there's one way to do this. What we're seeing is that there are often novel projects that our regulated entities bring to us, and we have to work to fit them into the existing regulation. And we're constantly taking that input, and the superintendent is very focused on making sure that we are constantly looking ahead to say, what guidance do we need to put out next? How do we stay ahead of these current trends? How do we provide appropriate guidance and protect New Yorkers and protect, essentially, our regulations from being outpaced by the developments in this industry. So the misconception is probably that this isn't an evolving or innovative space, and it really is, and that's why it's an exciting place to be.
No question about it, and the commissioner's been terrific. She's been very active, even at the national level. She's spoken at 2 of our events in Washington over the years, so we're incredibly happy to have her continue just with that engagement.
Yeah.
And the federal posture, I mentioned this in the previous question, just the federalist perspective, the push towards crypto and regulations has really significantly changed, certainly since the election and certainly since January. It's night and day compared to, I think, where we were even a year ago. And in your view, has the broader regulatory direction changed, and what implications does that have for the state level, for example? You've been ahead of the curve. I mean, the BIT license, 10 years old. I think in many states, in many ways, have been ahead of the curve of what's been happening at the federal side. But what are some of the implications from the state side?
The implications we don't know yet. We will see as the regulations get passed. I mean, as you alluded to, and you and the association would know best what's coming down the pipeline. But I think our position in New York is that we welcome federal regulation. We've been very heartened by the fact that Superintendent Harris has been approached by both sides of the aisle. She's been very active in speaking to those involved in creating this new regulation here in the U.S. The superintendent has been consulted abroad as well, so very much involved in the process of helping move crypto regulation forward globally. So I think the implications will be seen, but the good news for New York and our regulated entities is that when we look at the new federal regulations, we look at the regulations in other states, we look at the regulations in places as far away as the UAE or Asia, and certainly with MiCA, we see reflected in these new regulations the core values, the core structure that New York has put together. And what we're hoping for really with the new federal regime, I think, is to see it evolve and develop. We've been incredibly fortunate, particularly under Superintendent Harris, to have the resources that we need. What we had was really Part 200 developed since 2015, but in the last 4 years, we've added 60 people to the virtual currency group. I'm not entirely sure that there's another regulator that even has 60 people, and that's how many we've added to keep up with the demand here in New York. And it's one thing to have a regulation, but it's another thing to have the ability to implement it. And that's what the superintendent's really been doing with us and working very closely with us, is to make sure that we have the resources, the technical capabilities, the access to vendors that we need to keep up with this industry. And as we look to the development of both our federal partners, our other state partners, and foreign partners, we hope that they all go down that same road of getting the right staff. We're happy to lend our expertise and hope they look to us as they've looked to the superintendent for guidance on the regulation. And then, work with them as partners as we always have in the past.
Yeah, so you somewhat answered the question. I guess I was going to ask, if a federal crypto framework were to pass, how do you see that intersecting with the existing state licensing regimes, particularly the BIT license? Can it continue to coexist?
Absolutely. I think we welcome the federal partners. I don't think anyone thought in 2015 that New York would still be relatively alone as a regulator of crypto almost 10 years later. The federal partners will come online. They will be our partners as they are on the banking side. We've worked well with all the federal regulators in banking and insurance for many years. So we don't expect anything to really change. No matter what happens, we have our regulations in New York. We will continue to follow our guidance and our regulations and execute on our mandate to protect New Yorkers and New York consumers.
Now, stablecoins continue to be a major focus in policy conversations in Washington, and at the state level. And you've been long out of front on this. New York State's been way ahead of the curve on the guidance. And how would you describe the New York State DFS's approach to stablecoin oversight, and how would it compare, per se, to other jurisdictions, domestic and international, and how you're handling it?
Yeah, I think we will all seek the same level at some point. I think our regulation of stablecoins has, as you mentioned and I mentioned, has been out in front. We really have the means to send in examiners. We have regulated stablecoins since inception. Since we start with a smart contract and we go all the way through the green listing of tokens, U.S. dollar tokens here in New York. That process is very well heeled. We have the technical capability to review these tokens. We have the technical capability to examine the institutions that issue them. We have, through great fortune, the ability to work with our partners on the banking side inside the department. We are oftentimes able to work with our partners on banking who are banking the reserves that the stablecoins are bringing in. So the scope of DFS really works in our favor when we look and provide a holistic approach to regulating stablecoins. As they develop across federal regulation, we don't expect much to change. We don't expect that the reserves will somehow be put somewhere else other than banks that exist in New York or federally regulated banks. But we think that approach of holistic regulation, coordination between those regulating the issuance of the digital asset and those regulating the reserve assets should be well coordinated, because, as we said before, stablecoins depend on the safety and soundness of those reserve assets. The moment that those reserve assets come into question, that's when there's going to be an issue with this industry. So we look forward to everybody coming to the same standards that we're enforcing here in New York and leveling that playing field as much as humanly possible, so that all issuances of US dollar stablecoins have the same safety and soundness that we.
The coordination route that you had mentioned, it leads me to my next question, because the coordination across the states is increasingly important. Many of our members, especially the exchanges, obviously they have to have multiple MTLs across the country. They need to coordinate with many, many different states and licensing regimes. How has the DFS and how have you worked with other state regulators to align on the compliance topics, expectations, and just to reduce regulatory fragmentation for these companies across all the multiple jurisdictions and patchworks?
We're again fortunate. The superintendent has taken on, I think, 2 or 3 leadership roles among state organizations. We coordinate very closely with our fellow regulators in other states. There are constant conference calls and separate meetings. We have memorandum of understanding that allow us to share information at certain points. It is a well-coordinated effort. The leadership that New York has been able to provide to other states who are coming online with crypto-specific regulation is helpful in reducing that fragmentation. And again, seeing New York's Part 200 reflected in other states helps really bring a commonality to regulation across the states. Again, the federal partner coming in will again help smooth that out. But states still have that very important role. I mean, look at New York's Part 200. This was something very novel, that ability to innovate, the ability to issue all the guidance that the superintendent has been able to put out over the last couple of years is really something that's unique to the state level regulation. You only have to look to how long it's taken the federal regime to come online to see that the states can be more nimble. And the states move very quickly. We can see the results of our experimentation very quickly. So there are advantages to using that state process to inform any federal process that may come along and have a different time scale in terms of developing regulation. But I think the states will continue as they have to innovate and to lead on these issues, because they have the ability to do that. They have smaller groups. They have a more narrow focus on a state level sometimes. So I think the states will continue to innovate. But they're certainly going to welcome the federal partners. And it's something that we're well used to on the banking side. All the state regulators have coordinated with federal regulators in banking, insurance, and securities, money service businesses. There's been a long history of coordination among the states and the states with the federal regulators. So the advent of federal-specific crypto regulation, I don't think is going to change anything. I think it's going to probably drive a better result for the industry.
So I want to shift to a broader topic, and it's a topic that's on many folks' mind at the policy level and just on the industry business side, artificial intelligence. It's reshaping financial services, and regulators are really beginning to take a look at its growing implications and how to grapple with that. There's a big turf war right now with the feds and with the states. How is this going to be regulated? Can it be regulated? And our members, there's just been a large uptick too in just agentic AI projects in the crypto ecosystem. There's a lot of crossover. We're seeing a lot of talent move into that direction or bring it within the blockchain ecosystem. How is NYDFS approaching artificial intelligence? Is there anything you can add to that? And in terms of external supervision, and will that play a role?
New York's going to continue to do what it does. New York is always going to try to lead, and historically that's what we've done. This is going to be no exception. already, I think the superintendent has put out 2 pieces of guidance around AI and the use of AI. And there was guidance around deep fakes the other day. This is not my particular area of expertise, but what we do have is a deep bench of talent at DFS, and until you work there, I don't think you can really appreciate the level of dedicated people that are there and the breadth of talent that we have to address these new issues. So we've been out front on issuing guidance on regulations, particularly around insurance. I know there's a lot of issues around insurance and the use of AI, and the superintendent and the department are very concerned, with making sure that we're protecting consumers and that this powerful technology is being used for its best purpose. So that's going to continue to be our focus. Internally, DFS continues to innovate. We have programs to use AI to review voluminous documentation around insurance or climate change and public disclosures. We have a chat bot that's being developed. There's nothing more important than really showing by example that we are looking to this new technology, just like all the industry participants, that we're not somehow saying it's not for us. We're engaged with AI for our own use, and that allows us, I think, as a department to better gauge its best use and to understand how our regulated entities are seeking to use it and the impacts it could have as they engage with the public.
You mentioned engagement and in your last comment, and that's a really important word, especially for what we do at the trade association level. Engagement with policymakers and regulators is incredibly important. But over the years, especially over the last 4 years at the national level, a lot of our companies that we work closely with have been reticent to interface and to interact with some of their primary regulators, including the SEC, FinCEN, Treasury, CFTC. Now that's changed in a good way. I think the last 6 months especially, it's been quite the opposite. There's been, the federal government has been opening their doors asking for input. There's a crypto task force at the SEC now. I'm curious on an engagement end at your division, what engagement approaches have you given, and is there any advice you could give to our members and folks in the audience here that may be interested in coordinating or speaking with the NYDFS?
Certainly, we have been, open and transparent and engaged. I think, as I've mentioned before, the hallmarks of our engagement are the staffing, the guidance, and the regulation. So, with the specific regulation, it allows the industry to really come in and say, okay, how do we meet these expectations? Are we covered by these regulations? And we are open to that engagement. We have a very robust and powerful applications process where we take applications from industry participants. We engage with them, even before they formally apply, to work with them to understand what it is that they're bringing to us, how they anticipate their business developing. We learn more about their structure, their finance, their future plans beyond, just registering or trying to start a project. So when we go through that applications process, which is very robust and designed to really allow the most strong and most prepared applicants to make it through and receive a license. That process is very open, and we really do encourage folks to come to us with their projects early and often. That can be just a discussion of, here's what we're up to, we don't believe we need to be licensed, and we're happy to engage in those conversations. On the staffing front, we have the people to engage with our entities. One of the things that's absolutely remarkable is we don't just do annual or biannual examinations. What we do have is a robust process of engaging with our entities on a regular basis. Once, twice a month, sometimes when things are more active, we're talking to our entities on a daily or weekly basis to really understand what their new projects are, what they're attempting to do. And in this industry, we know, and the superintendent knows, that we have to be constantly engaged. The level of innovation that our entities are engaged with has to be met with a level of engagement from their regulator. We can't just sit back and be surprised at the end of the year that you have, twice as many clients and twice as many product offerings. We need to be engaged on a regular basis. We have a process of material change requests where we field and approve or review material changes to business on a regular basis. So we've been engaged with our entities. As far as advice, I would say never surprise your regulator. That's always a bad idea. It's like family advice. Don't surprise your parents. That's always a bad idea. But we are very open to those discussions, and I think coming to the regulators early is probably the best advice you can have. No one has ever said, "Oh, we're upset that you came early with this initiative or this report." If you're having issues, coming early is always better than coming late. We understand that, and I understand as a practitioner on the compliance side, you want to have your arms around an issue before you bring it to your regulator. You want to have this buttoned down in a plan before you go. But there's a balancing act between getting yourself satisfied that you have a plan to get out of this issue, and then informing your regulator and not waiting until it's a little late in the day to tell them you've had an issue. So that balancing act is one to get right, but it's certainly one you want to err on the side of informing your regulated entity, and we've had great experience with that.
So thank you for that, and that's terrific advice. I hope everybody reports back to their team to share that. As we finally wrap this up, is there a message, or this might be another advice question, but as we wrap up this conversation today, is there another message or takeaway you could give to the audience? And this audience is full right now of industry leaders, innovators in the digital asset space. Is there any takeaway they can leave from our conversation today?
Yeah, I think the takeaway should be that New York in particular has been out front for this industry, that we see regulation in a very positive way. Regulation and crypto have to coexist. What we see is that we have provided a regulated platform that the industry can work with. Working with regulators has traditionally led to tremendous investment from hedge funds, investment advisors, banks, other formal institutions looking to fund this business. And they see industry coming to regulation saying, I want to be regulated, I want to be licensed as a hallmark of a good, solid project. So we see those things as beneficial, mutually beneficial, that we understand what's going on in the industry. We see that you're complying, you're seeking out the licensing, and that has fundamentally drawn a lot of investment. Likewise, consumers, this is new to consumers. Most of the consumers that this industry seeks to attract don't have a wallet. They don't know how to create a wallet. They don't know what DeFi is. But what they do know is that banks have been regulated, insurance companies have been regulated. And as they see this industry moving towards regulation, I think there's a comfort level that comes with that. So the word of advice or takeaway would be that this can be and should be a mutually beneficial relationship between regulators and the institutions that seek out regulation.
Well, this was an incredible conversation, and I want to thank you, for your time and your advice and your opinion, Deputy Superintendent John Melican. Thank you.
Thanks.
Well, we were super lucky to have both of those guys. Thank you again, both John and Dan, for joining us. Next up, we are headed to explore the future of cutting-edge infrastructure powering the future of on-chain finance. Moderating this panel is Armida, protocol researcher at Messari. Get ready for a very exciting discussion, guys.
Well, hello. My name is Armida, and I'm a protocol researcher from Messari. We are here today to discuss building the financial backbone of tomorrow and what that means. We are here with our esteemed and talented panelists from Plume, Pith, and Sonic SVM. And yeah, we want to get into it. So just to give a little bit of background, DeFi, when it started, it was just about lending and borrowing and simple swaps. But now, fast forward, we are kind of in an era that DeFi has become very, very complex and sophisticated. So we do need to talk about more sophisticated backbone. So these guys here from Amazing Protocols and obviously our host, Injective, are really on the frontier of this move. So just to get a little bit deeper on the topic, what do you guys think about building the financial backbone of tomorrow? What does that mean, and what's the ingredient of that future?
Yep, I can go first. My name is Chris Zhu. I'm one of the co-founders of Sonic SVM. We are a chain extension on top of Solana, focused on attention capturing applications as well as real-time financial agents. So when we started building Sonic, one of the key kind of metrics that we're looking at is what we call circulating TVL. It's the money that's actually moving between ecosystems within our ecosystem across to, we're building a SVM with Injective right now as well. And we were thinking about building the financial backbone of the next era. We really think about it from three different angles. The first one is always going back to the user experience. And the user experience comes back to how fast the chain is, but also comes back to what are the applications on top of the chain. And then the second part that we think about is what is the framework of infrastructure that we're using. For example, we started building on EVM. We started really researching the different move ecosystems, SVMs as well. And then when Solana decoupled the runtime as well as the client code base, we decided to go all in with SVM. And then we built the first SVM that settles directly on top of Solana. And then the third really important question, and a lot of the panelists here are really, really good at, is to understand the regulatory clarity and then also to work with the regulators to kind of find out, what is the next step for us. So we think that to build the financial backbone of the next era, you have to consider all three of those things, and then help the teams that are, at the center of these conversations, help them achieve what they want to achieve. So right now we're incubating our super DEX, our perp DEXs, as well as bring a lot of other traffic from TikTok, Instagram, and building DEXs directly on top of the traditional social media platforms, which I can talk a little bit more about later.
Hey, I'm Michael James. I oversee the institutional business for Dora Labs, contributor to the Pith Network, which is a blockchain oracle. We're a blockchain-based cross-asset market data ecosystem. I spent the last 10 years at big banks, at Goldman, JP, in different trading roles across equities, FX rates, and spent a lot of time thinking about the future of finance and innovation and efficiency and being faster, having better algos. So I spent a lot of time thinking about what is the backbone, where is innovation happening, which really led me into blockchain and crypto, which is why I joined Pith, because I think the work that Pith is doing is a key ingredient as a backbone infrastructure player for DeFi to be successful, for DeFi to scale. The reason being is when you think about the different pillars of finance, you have the price layer, the execution layer, and clearing and settlement. Now we focus on the price layer. There is no finance without data, right? Whether you're in the back office, middle office, front office, doing independent price verification or fair value accounting, risk management, execution, you need data to do your job. So for us, in order for us to see DeFi scale and to be successful, we're taking that entire full stack of data from TradFi and we're bringing that on-chain across asset classes, crypto, equities, commodities, FX rates, ETFs, et cetera. This is data that costs hedge funds, banks, institutions, millions and millions and millions of dollars year after year. It's collectively a $50 billion business. We're disrupting and transforming that market data industry, bringing that same data on-chain in a permissionless way so DeFi and developers can grow and scale and build financial products across asset classes.
Perfect.
Hey guys, my name is Teddy. I'm the co-founder of Plume. I guess, brief background on myself. I started my career in TradFi, worked at Coinbase on their ventures team, then worked at a DeFi protocol, and then worked at Binance for BNB chain. And so while I was at BNB, I was in charge, since I was based in New York, I was in charge of going after different RWA type protocols. And, when I spoke with these founders, they all had, sort of the same issue, right? a lot of the founders are very TradFi. At the end of the day, you're building on crypto rails, so there's a lot of disconnect in how the market viewed their product and how they kind of wanted to think about distribution and go to market. And so a lot of these issues that I saw before in the past is kind of what we're tackling at Plume. On a very high level at Plume, what we're building is an open blockchain focused on tokenizing real-world assets with DeFi at the core. There's three main things that we're basically focused on. One is infrastructure, two is distribution, and three is this composability layer. So I'll keep it short, but on the infrastructure side, we've built all types of products to bring anything on chain. But the biggest question we typically get is, once these assets are on Plume, how do we get them into the hands of the right holders? So on the distribution side, we help a lot with, the go-to-market piece. We also have a strategic partnerships team that helps bring the demand side to the supply side. I think there's always this misconception in our database where if you tokenize something, people will come buy it, but it's never been the case. And on the third pillar, on the DeFi side, we have all different types of primitives, lending protocols, perp dexes, AMMs, and what we've seen is when you can couple the DeFi element with the RWA side of things and make RWAs feel more like crypto and less like RWAs, that's when you can actually get real users to, actually use these different types of products. So kind of like how the stablecoin found product market fit by being permissionless, liquid, composable, that's how we're structuring our entire chain and our different products. And today, we launched our mainnet around 3.5 weeks ago. We're the #1 chain now in RWA wallet holders. We have a little bit over 250 mil TVL, and, in our minds and from our perspective, there's a huge push right now for tokenized assets, not only from like the alternative type sector and the middle market sector, but also from institutional partners. We work with Apollo, we work with Superstay, we work with Ondo, and a lot of these different types of folks to bring these institutional grade assets on chain to provide these different yield opportunities for folks, not only in the US, but more so like overseas, where I think we're making 5 or 6% on treasuries is more important than some folks in the U.S. So that's kind of like the high level, and we're doing a bunch of things with different chains. Injective is one of our close partners as well. We are pushing out a few products with them that I'll talk about later on today. But yeah, I think from tokenized assets and kind of coupling this with the DeFi element is really where we're seeing a lot of different projects and different trends in the space kind of go towards, and we're happy to be here to kind of help push the sector forward.
Yeah, amazing. So we can see that mostly we are focusing on the throughput and accessing real world data and then the speed and being user friendly. Just before delving more into that, I want to take your what you guys think on the regulatory aspect. So what we are seeing, so for example, let's say RWAs in terms of real estate. So we can tokenize that, but when you're looking at a specific country or jurisdiction, sometimes they wouldn't follow the same rule as a different country. So I want to know, what do you guys think of this? Like, is there a way to balance it? Is there a way to create an infrastructure that kind of overcome these kind of issues?
Yeah, I can go first. So like from our perspective, right, we work with different infrastructure partners in different jurisdictions where we can leverage their licenses to go to market quickly for our different partners, right? So if there's someone tokenizing an asset in a different part of the world, we can work with the local KYC provider on and off ramp to get the right infrastructure in place for them to push forward. What we have been seeing though right now is a lot of capital formation actually happens offshore. It happens in Asia, in Europe, LATAM, and what we're trying to do is bring that back to the US. And so most recently, we had our general counsel, Salman, who joined us from the SEC, and we've been doing a lot of actually policy work in DC. I think it was like 4 weeks ago, me and my co-founder, Chris, and Salman, we went into the, basically, we met with the SEC Crypto Task Force to talk to them about basically the state of the RWA landscape right now and where there could be a lot of help from them and how that can really help push things forward. And the main thing that we're pushing for right now is an innovation exemption on our core product called Nest, which is essentially our yield streaming protocol. And why this is important is because right now when we offer these different products to folks, the U.S. is geo-fenced out, right? And we want to bring this innovation and this capital formation back to the U.S. for different retail or institutional. And so I think the regulatory scene, it's definitely getting better. Like obviously, the Genius Act passed. I'm actually flying to Hong Kong tomorrow to do some work with the government there on their stablecoin bill as well. And so I think in these different jurisdictions where we're kind of pushing, whether it's like Singapore, Abu Dhabi, Hong Kong, U.S., there's definitely been a global trend towards trying to make tokenization work on a global scale, which is definitely great to see.
Sure. Yeah, I think it's super important to get the balance of keeping crypto and blockchain composable and open while also respecting different jurisdictions, and also just from an institutional perspective around privacy and KYC layers, consumer protection laws. I don't see a world where institutions are just going to go all on public blockchains and do all their business on public blockchains. If you ever worked at a big institution or on a big trading desk, information leakage is a very big concern. That's why we do sophisticated smart order routing and algos to hide our orders, to hide our sizes. Clients don't want banks knowing that their orders are out there. And so I think the balance is really keeping the base layer permissionless so developers can continue to build upon that while keeping the application layer more of a permission setting, so more flexibility at the application layer where different protocols can build off that permissionless infrastructure, but add their own permission settings or KYC or compliance layers on top of that. And I think that's probably the future. So I think, again, we don't want to start creating all these siloed different systems. We want to remain flexible, and I think the future is, from an institutional perspective, is operating on different chains, public blockchains, permission networks, private networks, off-chain, and you need that all to work together, interoperability. And I think at the application layer, you do need some of that more permission compliance settings.
Yeah, so our angle is a little bit different. We think about regulatory constraints, not just as from the government perspective, but also from platforms which we build on top of. So before our token launch, for example, we built a mini app directly on top of TikTok that brought around 2 million users into our application. We then built trading features, speculative features that are more crypto native for these users, and converted around 500,000 of them to our token holders or to our product users as well. But we had to actually work with the platform on the regulatory constraints to actually understand what TikTok allows, what Facebook allows, what Meta allows on top of each one of these different platforms, so that you can actually bring those users in. Because if we're just talking about on the governmental regulatory constraints, then I think we're actually leaving a very, very large part of users behind, because we actually still need to onboard more and more users. So when we were able to do that, we were able to understand what are the whitelisted features on top of TikTok that allows us to combine crypto trading and different types of features, and where is their red line. And that differs by geographic location. So for example, one of our largest trading groups is currently in Korea, and 50% of our volumes coming from Korea exchanges, a bit from working with these local exchanges to understand how are their users thinking about crypto, and then working with TikTok to understand in Korea what are the features that we can actually push, what are the features we can push in US, such and so forth. So I think just outside of just the governmental regulations, the platform regulations are also really important for us.
Yeah, that makes sense. I can see how you guys focus a lot on the users, which is great. So now we can talk a little bit about what you guys are building with Injectives as well. So I know you guys are working on some native SVM layer. Just wanted to see your thoughts on that, and then what are the requirements and what does that mean?
Yeah, so when we first started working with Injective on the Injective SVM, one of the major initiatives that they were pushing is also the multi-VM future, and there needs to be kind of financial assets on top of each one of these VMs, and whatever is the cutting edge technology was what Injective was adopting as well. So we started building the SVM earlier this year, and it's been very fast pushing into DevNet testing environments. So there's some better news to share in the coming months. But I think what is really important is that developers just have their tech stack that they're very, very familiar with. So the Solana developers that has already worked on SVMs, they're very much looking for environments where they can take their existing application, their existing technology, and then build and deploy a separate financial app, for example, on Injective. So that's ultimately our goal in rolling out the Injective SVM near second half of this year. Some of the largest applications that we see from Solana, for example, have also been tapping into this multi-SVM future, where the liquidity should be able to route through Solana itself and then go into different ecosystems. And that's some of the things that we work with Python, for example, is the price feeds for SVMs. And because the interface for programs are the same, we can actually transfer them very, very easily.
Great. So just talking about the price feeds, and I wanted to know about how Pyth is getting all these like low latency data, and what does that mean for institutions?
Yeah, so we're very uniquely positioned as an oracle. Other oracles in the space, their nodes will scrape data that's publicly available on the internet or use third-party aggregators. It's sort of a central point of failure. If that API goes down, the entire protocol goes down. So we took an opposite approach, and we solved for two things. We solved for trust and for speed. And the way that we set up our model is we let the biggest institutions in the world across their given asset class monetize their data for the first time. I won't get into the dirty details of the market data landscape. It's a very broken system. It's very siloed. It's very expensive. But for the first time, we went out to the top institutions across crypto, of course, so we're connected with the top exchanges, the top market makers. And then we repeated that across every asset class. So we work with the likes of Jump Trading, Virtu, GTS, XR Trading. We work with some of the biggest regulated equity exchanges in the world, like CBOE, IEX, MEMX, MIAX. We're about to onboard our first cohort of Tier 1 US banks, which is going to be a very positive experience. And so we are building a very strong cross-asset market data ecosystem, the same data that large hedge funds and banks use to power their businesses from back office to middle office to front office. It's verifiable, it's trustworthy because it's coming directly from the owners of data. It's coming from the actual institutions who are trading those products. It's not coming from a third party, it's not coming from a middleman. And we solve for speed. We offer these price updates from 400 milliseconds all the way down to 1 millisecond. And as DeFi continues to scale, as it gets better, as we want to onboard more sophisticated players in capital, they're going to demand both trust and speed. Delayed fees, inaccurate feeds. It's very messy. That could create a very bad user experience. People could lose a lot of money. And so, yeah, that's the main thing that we're focused on, is creating high trust, high speed, cross-asset market data ecosystem. So any app in DeFi, whether you're building crypto or you want to bring equities or FX or commodities on chain, collateral, borrow lending, trading, perps, et cetera, you now have that trustworthy data to be able to go out and build your application. Where off-chain and traditional finance, getting that data is nearly impossible unless you have millions of dollars to spare. And that's why innovation in capital markets is actually being stifled, because the burden of these costs and complexities has just become too much of a burden. And so being able to bring that to DeFi to enable growth and scale, that's something that's really important to us and something that we're very focused on.
Just to follow up on that, can you share a little bit about collaboration that you guys are doing with Injective, and especially on RWA price feed?
For sure, yeah. So Injective has been a great partner for us for a while, and they're really at the forefront with their iAssets initiative of bringing multi-asset class trading and activity and business on chain. We have multiple asset classes where we're feeding Injective across some of the biggest stocks in the US, Mag 7. We have FX, we have, I think we have metals now. And yeah, an interesting thing was when Circle IPO'd, we were the first, it was a cool little historic on-chain moment where we brought Circle post-IPO, same day, on-chain, and we made Circle available on 100 blockchains. Injective was actually the first, or Helix from Injective was actually the first perpstex to take that Circle and list Circle and had activity on Circle on-chain. So I thought that was a really cool little moment for us in our world, in our ecosystem. But yeah, Injective's been a great partner. We're here to support them with our data. They can continue to build out different asset classes, expand across regions, across sectors, et cetera. So yeah, it's been a really positive experience.
Yeah, that's great to hear. This Circle IPO, definitely one of the biggest things that happened within recently, and also major IPOs. So glad to see how we are evolving and being a part of this huge movement. So now I want to get to Teddy. So tell me about your collaboration with Injective. I know you guys are working on modular rollups, and how is that different from generalized L1s, and what does that mean?
Yeah. So, I worked at a pretty generic L1 before, and I think, for these larger chains, when, more specific verticalized projects need support, you can't really help them, right? So at Plume, we help a lot within like BD marketing on the tech side, we give different ecosystem incentives to help bootstrap initial liquidity. And then on the other hand, we have a strategic partnerships team that actually builds these different funnels to Plume. I think you can think of them as like B2B or B2B2C partnerships where we work with different exchange wallets, custodians, different funds, family offices, different trading communities. And the idea is, they think of us as kind of their savings account, right? And if they can fully just integrate with our main protocol that distributes all of our different assets and our yields out, then they can, for example, like if you're on Binance Wallet or OKX Wallet, you can go to the Earn section, go to the RWA section, click on which protocols you want to deposit stables into, and then you get the yields bridge back. And at Plume, what we've done over the last year and a half is really bring all these different types of assets on chain. I think when people think RWAs, they think treasuries and private credit, but we've also brought in some pretty interesting assets. Like solar farms, GPUs. There was some that wanted to tokenize their durian farms with us, camel farms. So there's a lot of interesting assets that basically differ based on their risk-return profile. And what we've done actually recently, and we announced this with the Injective team already a while back, but we're taking one step further, is basically what we're doing is bringing our assets to their chain. And so from the Plume perspective, we've spent a lot of time bringing these assets onto Plume, whether they're more institutional grade assets or more in the alternative sector. And I think the biggest unlock for folks on different chains, like Injective, for example, would be that their users wouldn't need to bridge over to Plume. What they can do is basically invest in a wrapped representation token of the asset, but the actual asset yield token lies on Plume. And so it's just the bridging of stables from one chain to another. And the biggest unlock for them is that they won't need to deal with, a lot of the headaches that we went through with bringing all these different types of assets onto Plume. And so, you guys will see more next week, but there's some big players that we're working on with the Injective team that we'll be announcing sometime next week through our Nest product. So far we've brought out like Invesco, PIMCO, Carlyle, and these other institutional grade type assets, and there's a lot more that will be essentially bridging over to Injective so that Injective users can access essentially the marketplace that we have on Plume.
That's great. It seems like all the protocols, they have a few announcements that are coming in the future. I'm not going to put them under pressure to tell us what they are, but I kind of wanted to know, we spoke about, speed, real world data and everything, and make everything user friendly. What do you think is, underappreciated technology or a pillar that is very important to have this Web3 financial infrastructure that we haven't really spoke about or is going to be important in the next few years?
Yeah, I can go first. So we recently incubated a project called Donut, which is a agentic crypto browser. And because of that project, we started looking a lot into how the financial world is actually moving away from just human manually doing transactions or on the HFT side, co-locating data centers so that there's faster transactions or more real-time communications to a world where finance and financial transactions are being automated. This automation is happening not just on the back end, where all of the APIs are doing automations and people are just calling these APIs, whereas the agents are now going to different information sources and then retrieving those information and actually executing those transactions through, for example, a browser automation, right? So there's computer use from Anthropic, there's browser-based, and a ton of these automation software that allows for agents to do anything on the internet. And once that is possible, crypto, I think, is going to be the first area where that gets kind of revolutionized, just because all of our interactions are actually happening on top of web pages, happening on dApps, and all of that transactions actually happening on the front end, where the back end is done with these decentralized ledgers. So I think in the next 1 to 2 years, we're going to see that happen, and a lot of the existing infrastructure of user experiences are going to really be flipped, and we're trying to be there first.
Cool. Yeah, I think it's underappreciated. We've touched on it today, the RWA stuff, but when you look at the stats and numbers, the bulk of majority of on-chain activity is still in crypto. It's still very crypto native. Obviously, there's tokenized treasuries and there's funds coming on, and the sentiment has been very strong. But it's the majority of the users in crypto, but I think in the next 12 to 14 months, 12 to 24 months, I think we start to see more and more RWA type activity happen on chain. Institutions maybe agree, disagree, but I think everyone in this room collectively, we're working hard to bring over the entire off-chain economy and bring that on-chain across every single asset class. And we've all seen the benefits of underlying blockchain technology and the use cases of stable coins and some of the early RWA adoption, and being able to move money freely, being able to, the ability to trade equities 24/7, the ability for FX settlements to be instantaneous or take seconds versus days to settle, the ability to build new financial products on chain in traditional asset classes. I think it's still very underappreciated. I think the next 1 to 2 years is going to be very, very interesting. And I think collectively our goal is to really make this happen and bring over the entire economy on chain and really hit all the benefits that we've seen the current use cases have. So yeah, we're really excited. We're helping to push that and play a part in that. But I still think it's, underappreciated.
Yeah, I think like Michael said, I think the RWA sector has a lot of room to grow. At least from what we're seeing now that our mainnet's been launched for a month. We, like I touched upon earlier, have these different, DeFi, we call it RWA-fi essentially, these different strategies where people can treat these RWAs like crypto assets and do, interesting strategies. Like there's this one specific strategy on Plume right now where someone can invest into like private credit vault, take that LP token out, collateralize it on Morpho, borrow against it, and then deposit into like a treasury vault. And I think that is pretty powerful, and it's still newer to the market, so we've been pushing it pretty hard on our side. But I think on the other hand, where we've seen a lot of underappreciated value is actually in the emerging markets. We've brought on a bunch of different institutional grade assets, like I mentioned before, and I think access is a huge key, especially when you think globally. And so there's a lot of partners that we work with in Africa, in LATAM, in Southeast Asia, where they could be neobanks or even just retail investors, where them investing into a U.S. institutional grade asset is a huge deal for them. And typically, in wherever they might be living, the financial infrastructure might not be, I guess, up to par with like what we're used to. So being able to give access to these different yield products is something I think is pretty undervalued, since a lot of people just think of crypto as like almost like a casino where they can like lever up and do these crazy things. But at the end of the day, it's honestly changing people's lives, and that's a piece of Plume that I think we definitely want to highlight more as we continue growing.
That's great. Just the last question. I know, Injective and you guys are at the frontier in the decentralized finance and also building that infrastructure. But currently, a lot of these, traditional finance is kind of building in parallel with the infrastructure that we have. Do you think in the future we are going to see the convergence between these and just, everything's going to be on chain, or what do you think?
Sure. Yeah, I agree. I think it's still being built in parallel, and probably because the last several years have been built for very crypto native use cases. So these worlds still live in entirely different tech stacks, but we have seen the early adoption, stablecoins, some of the tokenized funds on chain. I think in order to really grab institutions' attention and take it more seriously and start building toward that convergence, they need a use case to enter on chain, right? Can they make more money? Is there a new client segment they could go after? And to be honest, like my opinion is that probably starts with retail and increasing the experience and the UX for retail and get more retail users, because institutions don't want to go on chain and trade with other institutions, right? Jump doesn't want to trade with Virtu. The reason why Robinhood is so successful is because they created this amazing app, great UX, it's very automated, it's very efficient, and that attracted some of the biggest HFTs and market makers in the world, and it's become very, very efficient. So I think for us, or for institutions to continue to build and converge and take it really seriously and want to operate and do business on chain, there needs to be a reason, and I think that starts with increasing the user experience, the onboarding, the custody, the wallets experience for retail, onboard the next 500 million, 200 million users, the next billions of capital, and that's really going to attract the institution's attention, where they'll have no choice but to start converging and really bridging to do business on chain.
Amazing. I think you wrapped it up pretty well. And I would like to say thank you to Chris, Michael, and Teddy for being here. And obviously, we can see that they're building the future. So give them a round of applause. Thank you.
That was a fun one. Thank you guys. Thanks to all those incredible panelists. Sounds like they're up to some very exciting stuff. But now let's dive into capital flows and what's driving the on-chain economy. Leading the next panel is Jared Wynn, managing partner at Wynn Ventures. Please welcome Jared and a few very esteemed speakers who are all incredible, if not friends, colleagues in the space, to the stage here. Thanks. Yep. After you.
Leave phones on. Hello, everyone. Hello, hello. All right. So today, accelerating the on-chain economy, we have a very diverse panel. We have, I think, a lot of names that speak for themselves. So instead of going through all the introductions and everything else, I think we're going to allow that to happen somewhat organically, as we have so much content to go through and so much to say. And we're going to really dive into this deeper. When we talk about accelerating the on-chain economy, we know what's happening, we know it's progressing, but we all know it could go a lot faster. We also know that there's a lot of macroeconomic forces that might be pushing this a little bit quicker, and we also know that there's variables that we can utilize to influence this and make it achieve what we want to actualize in this on-chain world. That said, what I'd like to kind of start with, and we'll go with you, Matt. I'd like to talk more about the current macroeconomic trends that are otherwise influencing and shaping this on-chain economy. And Matt, so you recently argued Bitcoin would thrive in an inflationary environment driven by the increasing global money supply. So can we go a little bit more broadly on that? And how do you see the macroeconomic factors like inflation or liquidity crises affecting this broader on-chain economy? And in that respect, do you feel that institutions are starting to more seriously view crypto as a result, or is this narrative just still a wishful thinking?
Yes, so I think there's still a Bitcoin versus everything else element to it. And one thing is that I think that Bitcoin holds a different place in both retail and institutional portfolios. And so like looking at like someone's risk asset allocation, it's like, yeah, you have your equities portfolio. You also have potentially what you consider to be like your longer tail risk assets. And that's kind of your fixed allocation of risk. And Bitcoin, for the longest time, has been in that side of the portfolio exclusively because it was high volatility. It still somewhat is in the grand scheme of macro assets. And then that's generally going to be pretty correlated to how much extra money do you have to invest and to trade. Like truly trade, not invest. What am I able to lose? And then through time, I think that people are starting to see the real value of a scarce asset, and it is correlated to global money supply. If there is inflation via money printing, people have more money to put into their risk portfolios. And all of a sudden, we're starting to see volatility compress through time. I mean, right now, front-end volatility is less than 40. It was, 80 this time last year. That's a major change. And through time, as it becomes a less volatile asset, I think it properly will fall into the portion of your portfolio that is there for like a true inflation protection, similar to gold. Conversely, the rest of crypto, I think, is viewed still more like a risk asset. Some of the tokens are traded. Some of them, I do believe, people treat like a venture portfolio. I'm going to allocate money to a protocol I believe is going to do great things, build new products, et cetera, ship. And I think that it just holds a different place. And so if the economy's not doing well, I think those are the first places people yank money from is the riskiest things, the longer duration stuff. Conversely, I think as it becomes a more safe asset to hold through time and those correlations maintain in Bitcoin, people will probably segment it differently.
I want to actually dive a little deeper into that. I'm going off script. No, sorry for that. But I want to talk a little bit more about the scarcity element and how certain political elements, there's a unique dynamic. I suppose you could say that the U.S. is kind of leading the charge with regards to like better acceptance of digital assets. There's ultimately the scarcity economic models. Do you feel like the current political regime and what the domino effect is happening, say with Thailand doing capital gains waivers, Japan working towards deregulation. Do you feel that that's instilling confidence into the larger institutions? Do you feel that that's otherwise, okay, government's doing this, it's the battle for scarcity at that stage, and if they don't jump on, then they're going to fall behind. So do you feel that that influences confidence?
Definitely, and I think there's a major game theory aspect here. I'm going to avoid diving too far into that since I'm probably going to defer to Jory on the game theory, but I think ultimately everyone was previously scared to put crypto into their portfolio institutionally because they thought it was a career risk. Now I think it's starting to become risky to not have it in your portfolio. It's getting more generally accepted, regulatory clarity is coming, but at a sovereign level there's a bit of a race to accumulate. Like, I think one of the reasons we don't see these splashy headlines for accumulation is that most other countries are behind the ball, not only accumulating for themselves, but in letting their people accumulate. And if you do end up in a world where a few countries and most of their citizens are participating in something that has generated a lot of wealth and continues to basically remain such, you're going to create a massive disparity. So I think they're accumulating quietly, very concerned that they're behind the ball, and that is kind of shifting the dynamic.
Very good. I fully agree. And Jordy, I do want to toss that over to you. Given your specific global expertise, how do you see, for example, any specific global or economic developments that are influencing this crypto adoption, the institutional adoption? Do you see any specific thing that you feel is making a big impact right now?
The biggest impact, obviously, this year was this trade war that got started, and I live in Asia. Certainly, there's a lot of, U.S. but also Chinese influences in Singapore, and when that started happening, it's a huge deal. I think crypto is this neutral thing in the middle where it doesn't matter, which side you're on, especially now with, I don't want to say I'm like a dollar bear, but it feels like a period where people are internationally questioning holding U.S. treasuries versus something else, and that something else is looking like crypto. Could be one option. Talking to the local sovereign wealth funds. A few years ago, when I would bring up hey, why don't you have gold? Why don't you buy some Bitcoin? They'd be like, oh, it's too small. I'm like, what do you mean? You want to buy it expensively? You don't want to buy the cheap Bitcoin? You want to wait until it's up? And they're like, yeah, we can't allocate, our trillions of dollars in something that's so small.
It's like the lemonade stand where it shows it at the high price and it's all lined up.
It's actually exactly like that. And we're in this dominoes every year, a bigger kind of institution falls, and now we're at these big slabs where we're pretty far in, and the next dominoes to fall are these massive sovereign wealth funds and these huge institutions. And when they start buying, it's just a programmatic thing. I mean, we've already seen Mubadala buy the BlackRock ETF in the Middle East. Once this starts, they don't stop. They just kind of tick along. So once you have that constant bid, especially on Bitcoin, the question is what happens to the rest of the assets. I think we're seeing this now with public equities, but when people can fit something into a story. If somebody can take Ethereum and just fit it into some institutional story, they'll just buy all of it, and then just BlackRock will adopt it as their little child and just make it whatever they want to sell. So that's pretty exciting. I mean, I think there's going to be a lot of that going on, and I'm very bullish the accelerating on-chain economy right now.
Absolutely, nice callback. To that, I'm going to have my inner nerd come out for a bit. I'm a math guy, but I'm also a huge nerd. So when I think of what you touched on earlier about how the war, for example, impacted trading, impacted price, I always look at charts, and it's almost I feel like it's almost like Neo looking at the Matrix, right? Where you can almost see the emotional battlefield, mathematically represented with the chart, right? So do you feel that the institutional adoption, the more global macro, is otherwise compressing some of that volatility to give more confidence? Or do you feel that otherwise these institutions, as they're adopting, are influencing it for the better in the long term?
Definitely the volatility. I mean, it's definitely a self-reinforcing thing. I think the key moment was as NASDAQ, everything was crashing. I publicly was very bullish, posting around 78K Bitcoin. That ended up actually kind of being the low that day when Trump kind of backed off. I think a lot of these hedge fund managers I've been seeing, like they noticed that actually like it really held up well compared to what was happening. And maybe it is like a paradigm now where you don't get these like 60% kind of 3 times downfalls on the downside. And I think it is this kind of bid, this like stabilizing bid.
Until he tweets about tariffs again, right? So.
Yeah, but like, I think equities can still underperform. So that's the key thing. They're always looking for relative performance. And look, like going forward, I think we're going to overheat. Like we'll get into this like public equity stuff. It feels to me like a massive Ponzi is happening. Like, why is everything trading above NAV? Like this obviously doesn't last. We saw with Grayscale where it was like for a long time above, and then it was like under, and people are trying to get out, break the piggy bank. Like there's all kinds of stuff that's going to happen. We're obviously like very early innings in that category.
It's almost premeditated, you would think, right?
I think everyone who's like an astute observer kind of feels like this is going to be what's going to cause the next, temporary like mini bear market. It's not going to be a long bear market, but we'll have a big correction. That's the one thing on the horizon that I worry is definitely not sustainable.
I always use the metaphor. You can shake up a bottle of Coke. The carbonation stays in until you release it. So at that, it's only going to be more pressure and elongating this curve. Over time, we'll see. I think that hopefully we're in for a longer bull cycle as well. Could keep talking to you all day, but I do want to hand over to Vanessa here because I know that she also has some wonderful insights. So Vanessa, you co-founded the Ethereum Enterprise Alliance and have been really at the helm of driving this institutional or enterprise adoption and leading the charge, one of the torchbearers. Let's fast forward to now, where we're at. Do you feel that enterprises and institutions are embracing on-chain solutions at scale, or do you feel that there's true utility to that coming in at this point? And just to further that a little bit more, do you feel that there's any hurdles that are preventing it to achieving the scale that otherwise it could?
So I just want to take a step back. When we created the Enterprise Ethereum Alliance back in 2017, who was there? JP Morgan, Fidelity, Santander, all the banks were there, and they understood, the transformative power of the technology. What happened for a couple of years is that they were all experimenting with private blockchains, and obviously not much was happening there, and they couldn't do anything because of the regulatory constraints that they had. Now there's the realization that doing private blockchains is kind of a waste of time. They need to leverage public blockchains in order to leverage interoperability, composability, etc. And they're all really trying really hard to do that. There are still some constraints, and hopefully in the US they will be lifted with both the stablecoin laws and the market infrastructure laws. But these large banks have a lot of constraints because of their existing regulatory regimes and obligations. But we have seen, I think, with stablecoins and RWAs, a real excitement and a real opportunity for all the institutions to really dive in. So whether it's tokenizing existing asset classes, funds, or stablecoins, I think that's really the two Trojan horses for them. And they have the ability to operate. And they really want to do much more. I think we're in the middle of a 20-year transformation of going from a legacy system to a new technology system that is superior. But it's going to take time. It's not going to happen overnight. And we'd see that tokenization is starting, but it's still really small, in my view, right? And the only thing we can tokenize right now is like liquid assets, which is really the good product market fit. Then, if you want to tokenize real estate, what's the added value really here? Until, it's not going to add additional liquidity until everyone shifts to that back end and everyone can trade in tokens in a native way, and it's not just a representation of existing things. We're still going to be a little bit stuck.
Well, we're creatures of habit, and we're always at this stage where how much friction needs to happen to force change, right? So do you feel that we're at the stage currently where the opportunity cost is at a stage of mandating this change? Like there's always a price to cost to benefit, right? So do you feel that currently with transitions to these new and leaving the antiquated legacy systems, is there enough dollar there to motivate or mandate at this stage?
I think we're not there yet. I think we're in a good place in terms of like having an opportunity to buy the asset class and propose it to investors. We're not completely there in terms of like really the back end and the native tokenization of things, right? So we're just still in the interim phase. We had the first interim phase with the private blockchains. Now we're at the second interim phase with representation of existing digital assets that are being tokenized. And then there'll be hopefully the third phase where it's native tokens.
Very well. Let's hope we accelerate, just to tie back. And Matt, I want to dive back to you. And Omar, I'm saving you. I'm ready for the skepticism to come, right? Considering your institutional trading perspective, do you agree with Vanessa's assessment on this? Or do you feel that there's anything else holding back this full-scale institutional adoption, or anything to add on this?
Yeah, I definitely agree with Vanessa's view, and I think one of the biggest things holding it back is basically some sort of atomic prime structure. Like, it's still very disparate where you can get capital and where that capital is able to basically get deployed against these real-world assets. So you can go to individual protocols, borrow against something, lend, et cetera. But until you get to a world where, similar to how it works in traditional finance, everything that's in your portfolio can all be cross-margin, it's really expensive to do it in the grand scheme. Capital doesn't flow efficiently through the system. That problem probably gets a little worse at the beginning if every bank decides that they need to hold on to all the yield and make their own stablecoin. Now you're going to need an interoperability layer between those as well. At some point, we get to a world where your perp dex positions are hedged against your spot positions elsewhere, which are hedged against your home if you're really deciding to take like a HELOC on chain. Like that, eventually you get to that place where everyone can, in a trustless way, fund the capital. But I think at the beginning, if you want to be like an early adopter, you're doing it because it's cool and interesting and a fun tech problem, but you're probably paying up a little bit. And that's really tough because people don't love paying to have fun. I think they'd rather get some value from it instead.
Absolutely. And I could dive deeper into that. Actually, maybe we'll tie back to it. That said, thank you for your perspective on that. Omar, I've learned a bit about you over the last week. So your content is very good. I appreciate your opinions and your stances. You were recently actually critically analyzing Circle's IPO and just questioning the general financial stability of crypto. So given that stable coins are kind of like the underpin of this economy, what do you feel specifically distinguishes a fundamentally sound crypto financial model from a problematic one? And do you feel that there's key factors or indicators that banks and issuers should demonstrate to genuinely prove their long-term economic sustainability?
Thank you for the kind words, first off. But on Circle, I actually very much like the business. I just struggled with the valuation, I would say. Yeah, I think the business is structurally sound, and they run it as institutionally as you can, and they will be compliant with all of the regulation in the U.S. as it all comes to fruition in the coming months. I think just on this topic of what's sustainable versus what's not sustainable, I think historically a lot of crypto native projects have used tokens and token incentives as a way to subsidize their ecosystem without any real value accrual back to the token. And inherently, that's just unsustainable. And over time, it's just a perpetual stream of selling without any offsetting buying. And it's led to a lot of people losing a lot of money, and a lot of these protocols not necessarily being around for years and decades. And so I think that is the nexus of my issue with some of this stuff, which is it never really has a chance to succeed. I think on the flip side, on the equity side of the house, there are some really good businesses, and fundamentally, you actually need to build a sustainable business model or be able to raise into that business model to sustain it. And so somebody has to have some read through as to, okay, this makes sense if we subsidize this operation over a period of time, then over time it will gradually become self-sustaining. And so I personally really like that. And it's more so from a longevity perspective, because I do really want to see the projects, whether they're crypto native or whether they're on the equity side, be here for the decades and years to come. And I think, this Circle IPO is actually a great sign for the industry. It's giving a whole range of publicity to crypto, to stablecoin, showing that there's business models that exist, that do make money, that there's real people behind them, that there's disclosure, that there's transparency. And I think a lot of that stuff's really, really good for the industry, and it helps move the space forward. And then it also incentivizes a bunch of people that see a company trading at $55 billion or $60 billion, depending on the day, to come in and compete for a piece of that pie. And I think overall, it's like really, really good to see generally.
Do you see a world where this could have been done better? Because I understand where you're getting at in terms of like, maybe this wasn't for the greater good in that respect. Do you see a world where it could have been done better in a way that would have been more supportive of the macro economy of crypto and so forth?
Just to understand the question better, like what, like the structure of Circle the company, the way
the IPO,
tokens
for example, would there have been a way that could have gone better, or a way that you feel that otherwise would have been more sustainable?
I don't find anything like structurally unsustainable about it, to be honest. Like I think like the traditional IPO process is a full-blown marketed process where a company takes their shares out to Wall Street, they go market their story to a series of institutional buyers. Those buyers reflect interest into an IPO book. The company ultimately ends up deciding whether or not they want to accept that price for those shares, a portion of which was primary, a portion of which was secondary, and then ultimately it's a transaction between buyers and sellers in a willing transaction that leads to a stock being traded in the public market. So I don't view anything broken about the public market process. Could there potentially have been better read-through to what the stock would have traded at in the public markets? Potentially, but I think there was actually like a pretty informed opinion on both sides, given how much that name had traded in the private market. So I don't know. I thought it was like fine. I'm sure they regret where they priced it. That being said, it was revised upwards a number of different times through that process, and the original S1 was pulled and then refiled. But I think like overall, it's a pretty good process relative to, you know, not to take any shots at anything in the crypto industry, but some of the way tokens launch in the crypto markets are arguably a lot worse. And so I think it is a good step for the equity side to see like, hey, there is a proper marketing process that you can do to solicit demand for an equity, and hopefully over time we start to see similar processes play out on the token side.
Yeah, absolutely, and very well said. Thank you so much for that. Does anybody have anything to add what Omar was just sharing? Because I feel like that was so encapsulating. I don't even know if I have a follow-up. That's what. Yes.
Nothing specific. Just like these stablecoin businesses, it's interesting looking at the valuation compared to the FDV of the actual stablecoins, and sometimes they're starting to exceed. I mean, we saw this first with Ethena, where it was trading at like at some point like 20 billion, and there was like 5 billion of the stablecoin. And now with Circle, I think it's the market cap's exceeded how much USDC there is. Yeah. And it's sort of like, oh, the company that is like issuing the IOU, if they just took everyone's money and just kept all the USDC that everyone minted, it would be worth less than like the market cap. And which is just like something interesting to think about. It means that like the market is projecting that like their profit on this amount of money is going to be more than the amount of money that's there over time, obviously. Yeah, it's kind of fascinating.
Yeah, just to Jordy's point, like at one point it was trading at 60 billion. If you were to take the 60 billion market cap, turn it into cash, and then just go buy treasuries yourself, you'd make $3 billion at 5% rates, like as rough rounding math. And Circle's like net income is like 250 run rate of net income today. And so like you're talking about like a 13 times delta between those two numbers. And so like you're implying a ton of future growth. And at another point, you know, relative to where it was trading compared to Coinbase, which obviously has a great deal there, you have to have some view that they're going to ultimately renegotiate that contract that they have. They're going to renegotiate a number of distribution partnerships, and USDC is going to be the ultimate currency for a lot of stablecoin activity globally around the world. And I mean, I think it's great for them. They should use the equity price as a way to do some strategic M&A personally, but I think like there's a lot of hopium, I guess, embedded in the price.
I'm a little bit less enthused about the business model and the capacity of Circle to grow in general because of the competition that's going to be coming from existing banks and other players. So yes, the pie will grow for everyone, but will Circle be able to keep this first mover advantage? We've seen a lot of like the crypto founders in the space have the first mover advantage and lose it pretty quickly. So we'll see.
Very good ad. And, you know, just a second ago, Omar, you also touched on how the IPO process and everything, the don't contradict it, so to speak. Prior to this regime, I always had the concern that anything that was going to be fostering innovation in the United States would otherwise be squelched through fear or apprehension of uncertainty of what can happen if I'm going to do an onshore token launch or anything of that. I want to jump over to Jordi real quick and just ask you, because you talked recently about the Middle East and how they might be able to become the epicenter of innovation when it comes to cryptocurrency growth and so forth as a result of more favorable regulation. So as things are developing in New York and as things are here where it's a little bit, let's say, a little more stringent, right? Maybe that's an understatement. How important do you think that these regulatory dynamics regionally are going to be for accelerating the on-chain adoption globally? And do you feel that regions like Dubai are realistically going to be able to leapfrog more traditional, antiquated financial systems? And is there something that we could be doing more, or do you feel that there's a concern of us falling behind as a result of their more favorable environment?
I mean, look, it's always been interesting how there's the meat space where there's countries and borders and each one is like doing their regulation. And then you have, you know, like the digital world where crypto is completely borderless, doesn't care where people are logging on the internet from. You know, it can be using a satellite from Antarctica, it doesn't matter. And trying to do like crypto regulation in a country is literally antithetical to the substrate that you're operating in, and Dubai is the nearest to just like letting people do their thing, and so the alignment between crypto and the Middle East, let's say, is profound. We expect a lot of growth there. We've opened an office there. We're getting regulated with VARA there. I'm spending time there myself quite often, and it's just like so much closer to what crypto is, where people are using Hyperliquid in the US, and then it's like, but are they KYCing or should they be? But it's permissionless, but it's it's like such a mess, and like it's all gray areas, completely gray areas. And the positive thing, of course, in the US is that the current administration has decided to squash whatever the previous one was doing in terms of stifling everything. So I am optimistic for the U.S., at least for the next, till the next election, and hopefully, like, we get some pro-crypto person, but maybe we don't. Who knows what happens? From like a business standpoint, making the push to go like full all in on, let's say, like U.S. for Selene, let's say. You're just like worried what happens in 3 years, like if everything changes. So, of course, we'll expand in the U.S. We'll kind of take whatever opportunity there is here. But if you want to make like a 5-10 year business decision, a place like the Middle East, it just feels more predictable in terms of what the regime is going to be like.
I agree with that. I do think that there's more of an acceptance to it. There's less of a fear of, okay, if we do this, what could this develop to? There's frameworks, and even with ADGM offering licensing to certain blockchains, those things are the things that instill confidence, because the last thing you want to do when you're innovating and leading is develop something without uncertainty. And when you're doing that, there's no good surprises in business, especially as some founders have found in crypto. So, Vanessa, I just want to toss over to you for a second as well, because you have such a global expertise as well. Do you feel that there's any other regimes that, or any other, could we say, countries that are currently poised or like making strides that you feel that they could be another epicenter, so to speak, such as, the recent strides we saw in Thailand with their capital gains waivers, and as I mentioned, Japan earlier. I'm curious your opinion if you think anything else is like well structured or well poised to succeed.
So I think the current legislation, for example, in Europe, has hurt a lot the region. So that's kind of like a place where we don't look too much in terms of investments, etc. I think the less regulation, the better for crypto at the end of the day. When you see the size of the offshore markets in the US, it really trumps anything that's going on in the US in terms of trading, etc. I'm not saying it can't change, but I think like the current administration has to do a lot in order for that to change. That being said, we only invest in the US. We're very bullish, the US, we're very bullish, the talent, the technical talent that's there in terms of creating the projects. After that, if the distribution is global, that's totally fine. But I think there's different jurisdictions for different kind of use cases, and not everyone is going to be the leader in creating DeFi protocols. Not everyone is going to be the leader in having the best exchanges. So I think the world is going to divide by specialty and by opportunities. I think the US is and I was talking this morning with Chris Giancarlo about this, the US is the largest capital markets, but it is not the largest crypto market. And so the issue with crypto is that liquidity attracts liquidity and is very sticky. And so wherever it goes, whichever region it goes to, then it'll stay. So it takes a lot to move.
Yeah.
So.
How much do you feel right now in terms of regulation change? How much do you feel is motivated by the desire for, so for example, as we're doing new regulatory frameworks to encourage onshore token developments and launches, how much of that do you feel is motivated in the form of ensuring that other countries are not extracting capital or liquidity from the United States per se, versus actually wanting innovation?
I think it's good that the U.S. stop harassing, their citizens just because they're coding or things like that. So I think, now we're at the basic level. I think until the laws are enacted, no lawyer is going to tell a project, yes, please launch a token in the U.S. This is not happening. So until the law is changed and the regulatory regime that follows the law is changed, we're still going to be in an offshore market. That's the reality. And I wouldn't want any of my projects to take that risk because, as Jordi said, tomorrow we have another administration and the harassment continues. Yeah.
Very good. So we're nearing the conclusion of this panel. I'm fast forwarding to the tail end question that I want everybody to have a takeaway with is briefly from each of you, what single priority do you feel you would invest in or focus on to most effectively accelerate the on-chain economy? And Matt, do you want to take lead on starting that one?
I would say probably a standardization process for launches, vetting, et cetera, that allows us to cut the left tail off of these things, less rugs, more sophisticated ways to basically give these tools to everyone, some sort of stamp of approval, makes the investment process so much easier. It's one thing to explain that we bet on smart people and it didn't go well. It's another thing to explain to investors, we bet on something that completely took all of our money and walked away. And I think that also ties in with regulation. If you have smart regulation, the left tail of the regulators being enforcement also kind of goes away. So it's a win-win.
Yeah, I mean, broken record, I think AI and crypto are the two defining technologies of this century, and I think for the on-chain economy to grow, it's really going to have to be through using a form of integration into like AI, whether it's through agents interacting with stable coins themselves or a lot of other ideas. I think that's going to be the next huge leap.
For me, I would say really increasing the robustness of DeFi and DeFi primitives so that they can become the backbone of the new financial systems and that they can be integrated with existing players.
I think just for us, I think it was all really well said. It would probably be having like seamless interoperability between the traditional financial system and the on-chain economy. I think there's no version of the world in which they're like purely bifurcated and like you just have the on-chain economy. I think for us, we're just of the view that they're going to be one and the same. And so like making that user experience identical across both and having very seamless transition from fiat rails to crypto rails and then crypto rails back to fiat rails. And then overweaving that with like localized experiences for different markets around the world is like what accelerates the on-chain economy. And so that's kind of how we're thinking about it.
Very good. Well, firstly, I just want to say thank you to each of you. You made my job incredibly easy today in terms of the content created. You guys were phenomenal in terms of all of your insights. This is probably my favorite panel. Let's give all of our panelists a round of applause for their time today. And I'd also like to thank the Injective people. This is an amazing venue, an amazing event. The love and care that was put into this was tremendous. So a round of applause for Injective as well. Thank you very much, everyone.
That was a fun one. Our next session, up next, will unpack how traditional finance giants are entering the crypto space. Moderating is Andy Baer, Head of Product and Research at CoinDesk Indices. Let's give Andy a big round of applause. I'm really looking forward to this with a great group of panelists.
Great, let's have the panelists come up. Hope everybody enjoyed lunch. We've got Kyle, we've got Josh, and we've got Federico. And these are all folks directly involved in the ETF business, which is how a lot of people in the United States and Europe and other places are going to have their interaction with digital assets. And it's a massively mature and distribution-heavy business. And it's not easy. So I think what we want to do is give some people insights into what that distribution process is like so that when you see these inflows and outflows, you can actually kind of have a sense of what adoption is really happening in the $100 trillion advisor market, which is where a lot of this takes place. So I do want to start with Josh. I had a fireside with your boss at Consensus in Toronto, who painted a pretty realistic and somewhat bleak picture, starting with the shape of the yield curve and the effective policies in the United States and how that was going to affect markets. You told me just in prep that you didn't disagree with a lot of that, and so maybe a macro intro is a great way to get started.
Sure. A lot of markets these days, you know, they get this fundamental. People say, oh, there's this PE, P/S, whatever, right? When in reality, at the end of the day, a lot of it's liquidity. So you have to ask yourself, do you think liquidity is rising or falling? What knobs are being turned globally? Where are rates? Where do we think rates are going? These are the type of macro questions that a lot of people are asking, right? And we're also looking at, you know, unemployment, the classic stuff, inflation. So if you have some idea of where you think that might be going and what might cause those knobs to get turned, you should try to act on that, right? Like that's what part of investing and trading might be about. So we do have some cross currents. We do have, as you mentioned, specifically like the 10-2 yield curve is uninverting. Typically 12 months after that, we see a recession in the United States. That would be August. In order to get an NBER declared recession, we need 2 quarters of negative GDP. We just had 1 quarter, we're not gonna have another quarter, right? So there's like very specific conditions that have to be met. There's a lot of noise. But at the end of the day, what's happening globally? Rates are coming down, debt is rising, and we're seeing just spend. Money has looking for a home. There's a great liquidity sponge, and that is the crypto universe. And we've seen that obviously with gold. We see it with Bitcoin. We're going to see that with altcoins eventually. But that's, I think, where your mindset has to be is what do you think is happening with global liquidity? I know there's a lot of noise on geopolitics and the Fed, and is Trump going to fire Powell? And right, the list goes on and on and on, but what is the end result on liquidity is the question I think you need to be asking.
That's key, and liquidity in 2022 was really, you know, the tide went out and we saw who was wearing a bathing suit or not, right? So I want to hit Federico and Kyle with the same question. So in your thought process about distributing Bitcoin in particular, about getting people to allocate to Bitcoin, you probably have your favorite macro kind of argument that you swim back to. I mean, I know what ours is, but I'd like to hear, I'll start with you, Kyle. Like, do you have a store of value is probably linked to some macro factor? What's your go-to?
You know, I think when you kind of bifurcate the products that our firms have, and it's ETFs, it's private funds. I think private fund investors tend to be a lot more Obviously, institutional QPs, I think their view is very different. They're looking at macro signals much clearer, much more directly. I think when you're talking about the ETF buyers, that segment, yeah, the institutions are involved, but it's primarily a lot of retail, individual buyers. It's some of the advisor channels. So for them, the story needs to be much clearer and more long and buy and hold. So we're talking about really putting your money in something that's sort of in this real asset type bucket, where it's not necessarily protection from inflation, but it's protection from really improper fiscal policies or central bank control. So how do you disintermediate your money or your value from any kind of government control or foreign regime?
That's the strong voice statement, right? That Bitcoin is your life raft, is your inflatable when policies, and it looks like with the current big beautiful bill that's going to have some support. Federico.
Yeah, and I think, and sorry, I think I just had one more thing. I think it's really important not just to bifurcate who the audience is and the type of vehicles, but also Bitcoin and sort of the rest of crypto. Because crypto is fantastic. We love crypto and Bitcoin equally, but they're just so different. And when you're talking to, and I'm sure you guys have the same experience, the vast majority of our conversations, folks say, great, what is the next Bitcoin? Well, they think they're all flavors and carbon copies of Bitcoin. So I think it's understanding who you're talking to and kind of customizing that story for those audiences.
I'm not turning away from it. I realize there's a whole other audience over here, so we're make sure we don't turn our backs to anybody. We will get to that, because that's probably, I think, the biggest headwind in our industry right now. Federico, what's your, and I love bifurcating the audience because that's absolutely correct. What's your go-to for store value quality versus macro environment?
Yeah, no, it's a good question. You know, I think recently what's been resonating the most, whether it's with retail investors or advisors, as Kyle was mentioning, is really this concept of Bitcoin is not a tariffable asset, right? It's not controlled by any sovereign. It's not controlled by any entity in particular. And so that feeling of decentralized power, if you will, really gives a lot of value, right, to new investors that are looking at the asset for the first time. I think it's also, you know, maybe naive of us when we're thinking about the US market to not mention how performance is the absolute best seller, right, in the world. And if you're performing at double-digit asset growth every single year, and you can prove to that, you can point to that track record. And then on top of that, you add some of the decoupling that we've seen between Bitcoin and some, especially in the US, that's going to bring a lot of institutional dollars to the market.
Yeah, that's a key point that I want to turn to now, because you all have filings right now in front of the SEC. I know you can't talk about them, but you know what the industry's trying to do is what it was able to do in Europe a few years ago, which is one by one get individual assets regulated so that there can be exchange traded products. So what happens next, right? You know, for an audience who's, okay, we listed this, it trades so much on day one, there are so many inflows, a sales force has to get out there. How are they prepped to do that? I'd like to, I mean, I hate to go down and machine gun the same question, but I do want to hear about distribution is so critical. Maybe performance chasing helps shuffle certain products to the top. How are you empowering or directing your sales force to really go out there and make sure that they're telling the story in an authoritative way? And, you know, what do you expect to get back from them?
Yeah, I think there's a few things to think about. You know, I think, as an ETF issuer, it's not let's just file an ETF on every single crypto project and see what sticks on the wall. Because I think,
although that's a tried and true ETF strategy, let's be honest, it
I think
has been done that way.
The reality is, if you go to a store and you're a vendor, there's only a certain amount of shelf space. And that's the same in financial products. If you know, it's not just our sales teams, but it's the financial advisors, the FAs, the RIAs. They only have a certain amount of time to speak to clients, to educate them on a whole new asset class, a whole new technology. And so to go to market and say, here's 50 new projects, they're all crypto, but they're vastly different. The way they operate, they're different. Their models, some are delegated proof of stake, some are, et cetera. It's a tall order, really. And so you really have to be selective on, let's start with the projects that we really believe in that have certain metrics, a path to 100 million users or clear tokenomics where value accrual is going back to the token holders. These sort of no-brainers need to be the first sort of decision point. And then it becomes investor demand. And I think on the ETF side, it may be lost on some of us in the crypto space, but the token could have massive demand. It could be a great token. That doesn't mean there'll be massive demand from the ETF audience because it's not the same audience, right? As an ETF issuer, we're not trying to sell a Bitcoin ETF to Bitcoiners, although it can help in retirement accounts. But we're going after the folks that maybe have not had much exposure or opportunity to Bitcoin to buy that. Maybe those that are never going to download an exchange app. Or even those that maybe buy the token on the exchange, but that's it. That's where their crypto nativeness stops.
Josh, I have a sense that Canary's customers, that you want people to trade these things, maybe not buy and hold them forever, that you're kind of accepting the fact that that's how these ETFs may be used. What's the thought process there? How do you get things going?
Yeah, I'll take a step back and just say that the media does a lot of heavy lifting for us as far as educating what any of this stuff is, right? So if we think about the current environment with stablecoins and the Genius Act and this bipartisan support and talking about the bill, and everybody at every conference is talking about stablecoins, right? Everyone's like, oh, stablecoin, right? And then, oh, here's this little thing called Circle in IPOs, and it might have a low float, and the multiple might be insane, right? But that's what people are hearing right now, right? So that's kind of in their ear. I think going forward, we're going to see a framework from the SEC that's going to say this asset is whatever, or these characteristics need to be a part of XYZ asset to get listed as an ETF. And that's also going to do a lot of education. That was going to be my point, is between media and education, that's really most of what we do at Canary is just educating people. I was just at iConnections a couple weeks ago, which is an alternative asset conference. Excuse me. And I was still educating people what Bitcoin was, right? So it's like, people say we're early, but we're really early still, right? So if we're all the way down the line at Injective or something like that, trying to educate who this is for, what does it do, what is the benefit, why do you need this ETF, that sort of thing. That's still very much ever present in every conversation.
And then what do you expect them to do once they have it? Are they gonna, I really want to dig into that a little bit, and then I want to hit Federico on the same.
Yeah, so selfishly for me, I'm a trader. I want assets to trade. A lot of people, for lack of a better term, are sort of cash poor, retirement account rich, and they want to access this stuff. And if that's trading, if that's holding for weeks or months, that's okay. That's okay with us. That's sort of the expectation. If you look at the ETF rollout relative to BTC, that was lethargic for a long time, right? So I would temper expectations for this stuff in the early days, and as we go on, as education gets better, and even as generational shifts happen, we're going to see differences in who's trading which assets, right?
Federico, your firm has tremendous success in Europe, especially with a really long list of products, as does yours. Do you expect similar glide path to success here, or and how is distribution going to make that happen?
Yeah, it's a good question. And I think picking up on a thread here from what Josh was saying, we're so early, right? Especially when it comes to the U.S. market education around crypto. People don't know what Bitcoin is, far less any other asset in crypto, for the most part, when it comes to the advisors that we're speaking to. And I think it's important for crypto native crowds to realize that financial advisors in the country control over 2/3 of the total ETF assets. And so this is the biggest buying base long term for these ETFs going forward. And so the educational initiatives that we were talking about are incredibly important for this audience in particular. In Europe, we've been fortunate enough to have a lot of variety in our product suite, and we've been able to come to market with a whole list of, I think, upwards of 45 ETFs at this point, tracking over 25 single assets. And we're looking to replicate the same approach in the US by being that ETF access for investors that want to either trade or want to hold these products long term. Ultimately, though, there's a lot of excitement built up around what an ETF could mean for particular projects, just because of the success that Bitcoin has had. I would argue that Ethereum has had as well in the ETF space. But the reality is that these products are actually just fantastic amplifiers for what the organizations are doing beneath them. And so if there's not a good story to tell on behalf of the ETF, there's not going to be flows associated with those products as well. And so it really comes down to what is the underlying, do these investors understand what the value proposition is, and do they think it's good enough to add to their portfolios? What I would personally argue is the first batch of adopters for crypto ETPs in the US are actually retail investors, as we've seen with Bitcoin. And these are often individuals that are crypto native or crypto adjacent, that are maybe holding these assets already in their Coinbase account or on their own wallets, but actually have tax-deferred or tax-advantaged accounts where they would like to add some exposure as well. And so there's a lot of different client groups that when you break it down into the smaller pieces, you can see different speeds of adoption. But with that big buying group of RIAs and advisors, and especially the wires and these big, massive platforms, these are multi-year journeys, and it's not just for crypto, it's for any asset class for that matter.
Yeah, I was just going to say, coincidentally, I was looking this morning at the top 20 platforms, the wirehouses and the clearing firms. 11 out of the 20 still haven't approved Bitcoin ETFs for solicited. So right now, a lot of them, it's on an unsolicited basis only, meaning the client has to essentially go back and request exposure to that ETF. Whereas the vast majority of money, you want to be solicited because that's where the money can be included into models. You can actually go as an advisor and say, we think you should have an allocation to this ETF. So 11 out of the 20 still do not have solicited in Bitcoin ETFs. It took us 7.5 years to get a Bitcoin ETF when we first started filing for it. And educating advisors, and to your point, we're still talking to advisors today and saying, what is Bitcoin, what is proof of work? So I think it's an important point you made, sort of, it's not these all get approved, and now suddenly there's going to be $50 billion in this ETF, in this. It's going to be a journey in educating these advisors, these home offices, on what these projects are.
Proof of work is the ETF business in general, right?
Good point.
This is key. This is the challenge point, because you mentioned 2/3 of ETFs are advisor-driven, right? And both of you mentioned self-directed retirement money, which is IRAs, which is not defined contribution plans, and it's not pensions, and it's not annuities. It's that sliver of self-directed money. You also mentioned probably adoption starts with retail. All of crypto started as a hobby, basically, for many people. Now we're threading a pretty narrow needle, right? And on the other side of that, we expect advisors to probably, out of demand from clients, start to want to have richer crypto portfolios, realizing the difference between Bitcoin and everything else. Yet, we have a couple of problems. First of all, is volatility is going down, right? And all those people, I think, who want to invest in Sui or Solana, or they want to go 10x, right? And if something doesn't go 10x, do they get board, right? So let's talk about Bitcoin volatility and other crypto volatility. We expect it, I guess, to continue to decline. Maybe, Josh, I can start with you on this. And does that actually, converse to how we're taught to invest, take some of the interest level out of the asset class?
Yeah, again, if we're talking about retail versus institutional, and they look at the volatility, to them, Bitcoin's like a meme coin to us, right? Like, it's a whole nother planet of volatility. Right. So
well, it used to be, but
right, as assets mature,
yeah.
as Bitcoin has matured, as the market cap has matured, as the market participants have matured. The market participants, by the way, also getting older. Initially I started 13 years ago or something, and it was 20-somethings. Now it's 30-somethings, and you're seeing this generational shift, I think, in attitudes towards trading versus investing and holding and that sort of thing. So I don't think the volatility declining is necessarily a bad thing, just because, if you think about it, since the bottom in 2022, there's still been a decent amount of volatility. And that's the trader in me speaking, not necessarily the options holder or anything. But if you've nailed 4 trades since 2022, you're still doing great compared to anything on the planet, right? So to me, I think there's still plenty of volatility. I think we're still going to see a lot of volatility in closer to Q4 probably than Q3, but there's still some potential tailwinds that'll push us up in Q3. One other quick point I want to make is if we're comparing MSTR to BTC, I'd encourage people to look broadly. And if you look at meme coins versus MSTR, similar, but if you look at meme coins versus leveraged MSTR, they trade exactly the same. So if we're talking about alt season, I know I'm going all over the place, but we're talking about alt season, we're talking about volatility. Where's the volatility today? It's not as much in alts as it is in TradFi products that are levered. And that may be hurting flows for alts.
I'm going to have an MSTR question for you in a minute, so brace yourself.
Okay.
Brace yourself, audience. Okay.
I was going to agree with you, Josh. I think the lower volatility is actually a tremendous benefit to Bitcoin prices right now. And the reason being, these advisors that we're speaking of that are going to come in bulk, they're looking at this as a sign of greater maturity for the asset class. And so ultimately, as they're able to have more predictable outcomes, maybe you don't get the 5x swings within a year, but you also don't get the 50% drawdowns. And they'll be more comfortable when they're a fiduciary allocating on behalf of their clients.
I'm going to challenge that a little bit by saying that, and I'll ask you to either get on my side or the other side, that aside from Sunday, close to close, Bitcoin has observed a 10% range for 50 days since May 7th, which I think is a record, right? Between 101.5 and 111.5. For something that doesn't have its own news story, right? That kind of range, I think, can start to breed narrative exhaustion and can impact sales. I think it's great for stability, but it gives you less to talk about maybe. What do we think? That kind of tight range trading, does that challenge the process of at least having a consistently powerful Bitcoin narrative?
I was going to quickly chime in here. We've still seen double-digit performance for Bitcoin this year. Yep. And if you're talking to advisors, and yes, you don't have it over the last 30 days.
Just pick a different time window.
I think as a long-term investor myself, right, and somebody that speaks to long-term investors every day, I think if you have let's call it a year to 5 years time horizon, and you're seeing that the ETFs, that the corporates on the balance sheet, and that all these new potential buyers are coming into the market, and long-term holders of Bitcoin are reaching all-time highs, that's encouraging from a performance perspective.
That's cool.
Yeah, I think.
You agree? Yeah.
I think this depends on who you're speaking to. So again, a lot of our perspectives on the ETF side and constantly in the conversations, that what we've been challenged over the last 7 years is Bitcoin's too volatile. It's too, the correlation used to be a benefit. Now it's sort of become a lot more correlated to NASDAQ. I think that's a bigger issue now than even volatility. Because if you look at the sort of Bitcoin really essentially over the long term has not been correlated to anything, but it goes through these pockets where it does. It did that to gold in 2021. Now it's to NASDAQ. That's more of a challenge than volatility. But I come from an emerging markets background where, in my view, I'm not afraid of volatility as long as you're getting compensated for that additional volatility, which I think Bitcoin and a lot of crypto traditionally you have. And to me, it's when I talk to advisors and they're actually worried about Bitcoin volatility, to me, it's a sizing game. You can size appropriately in a portfolio, and the overall portfolio is not going to drastically increase in your standard deviation.
Yeah, that's a good answer. I think back to my MSTR question, if Bitcoin realized volatility spends the summer at, 26, 27, feels to me like that impacts the MSTR trade more than anything else, right? Because of how the capital structure works.
So it might. As a trader, putting my trader hat on, I like chaos, I like uncertainty, I like assumptions that are destroyed. So a lot of the holders of MSTR have this assumption that it's going to be 2x BTC forever or 10x, it's some range of MNAV, right? It's like 1.6 right now. There's a lot of other BTC treasury companies that are flying. Again, talking about who is trading which products. Clearly retail is trading things like MetaPlanet and all the other that are up hundreds of % over a couple of days, right? And that has to hurt MSTR's flows a little bit because it's generally the same people trading the same stuff.
But specifically, like low Bitcoin volatility impacts the converts, right? And the converts kind of underpins a lot of what makes MSTR kind of work, right?
Yeah, so the fuel for MSTR is underlying volatility in BTC, absolutely. So there are periods of time where we're going to see these lull. We're still up, 50% since April or something. The SPY is up 25% since April. We're at all-time highs on the SPY, the NASDAQ, a bunch of individual names. A lot of this is just liquidity sort of moving around, right? First it was gold, then it's BTC. Prior to that it was NVIDIA, and now we're seeing semis take off. We're seeing some of the riskier stuff take off. We're seeing ARK take off. So again, to me, it's just stuff moving around, money looking for a home. And we're seeing it directly with Circle and Coinbase. Circle was up 300%, and now Circle's down whatever it's down, and all that money probably rotated into Coinbase, right? So, it's just these kind of musical chair games, a little bit of money moving around.
When we get through that needle, right, when we thread the needle, come out on the other side, and advisors start to, out of demand, have to put portfolios together, right? They're going to have Bitcoin that serves one purpose. we have the 5 names that the president mentioned. Seems like a long time ago, right? Bitcoin, Ethereum, Solana, XRP, and Cardano, right? So
did he tweet that, or was that someone else tweeting for him? You know
that
what I mean?
was
that under duress?
I'd have to
You
scroll
heard it
back.
here.
Yeah, that's right. What do we start to approach something that looks like, I guess, diversified portfolios over time, and are those actively managed, and how do the advisors sort of put that together? And if ETFs are the raw ingredients in there, you know, this seems a long time from now, right? But do we get there? Is that where we end? Is that the long-term goal?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's just a maturation of the exposure, right? Because a lot of what we do is, although we have active strategies, a lot of it today, the challenge is just getting exposure in these vehicles that advisors and clients are used to in the US. I think in Europe, I mean, there's obviously a lot. He mentioned some. We have over 14 crypto ETNs in Europe. But I think it's the regulators there had sort of a framework where if coins fit and looks like this and passes these metrics, then you can file it and get that. We hadn't had that in the US. And that really has been a gating issue for how can you have an actively managed basket product when all you can actively manage is Bitcoin and Ethereum. I think we'll see that. I think this new SEC administration is looking towards solving that problem, which will obviously lead to the creation of diversified basket products. You know, I think advisors' challenge are probably, without that happening, and there are 20 new crypto ETPs in the US without basket products, that's a nightmare for advisors. They're barely wrapping their mind around what Bitcoin is and how it trades. Then to tell them, okay, now also compare that and contrast that with Solana and Ethereum and Injective and all these other great projects, there's no chance, right? So they're going to need to rely on asset managers to provide some of that expertise.
Yeah, I totally agree with Kyle. You know, I think we're headed towards the index or the thematic basket world in the U.S. When that happens or how that takes shape exactly, I think is to be seen. But in Europe, you know, we've definitely seen those products take off, and we've seen the ease of investors coming in using a one-ticker solution to get access to a broader part of the crypto market. So yes, I think that framework is underway, and hopefully we get it at some point here so we can launch a product.
Yeah, and I mean, you can see already in the U.S., I mean, there are liquid token funds. Right now we have one for qualified purchasers. They've been vastly successful in the U.S. as far as demand, but retail investors just have not had access to those types of strategies. So I think that will be a larger driver of diversification.
No argument from the indexing guy on indexing being the future of the business. That's good. Bitcoin dominance, though, right now, I think it hurts me every day. It just feels like, come on, wake up, right? Now, it doesn't help it doesn't hurt the Bitcoin story, and maybe it doesn't even help hurt some of your distribution conversations because nobody really has a sense of the size of the market and that Bitcoin's 2/3 of it. But gosh, like when you're thinking about at least equipping your distribution teams to talk about anything besides maybe Ethereum and Solana, like where do you go when these things can shrink away to nothing and just sometimes don't seem like they're a big part of the story?
I'm happy to start. You know, I think the way that we at 21 Shares talk about Bitcoin versus the rest of the digital asset ecosystem is like they're completely different asset classes almost. And so what Bitcoin is doing and the performance that we've seen from Bitcoin is fantastic. That doesn't necessarily take away from the rest of the industry, if you will. And so for us, what we ultimately like to tell investors is when you're taking a stake in Ethereum, Solana, you name the asset, this is an opportunity to get highly liquid VC-style returns in a portfolio. And at the end of the day, if you're a VC investor, 9 out of 10 of your bets are going to fail. So to your point on these assets could wither away to zero, that's absolutely true. The reality, though, is that that one that does hit is going to make up your year, it's going to make up your portfolio. And so this is a very unique opportunity at this point, both in the US and globally, to invest in crypto, where you're getting these disproportionate returns for the bets that you make. That's where index products, we think, are super important because it's going to diversify your exposure, and you don't have to go through the trouble of kind of hand-selecting or hand-picking each strategy on your own. But yeah, you know, it's been a frustrating performance period as well for the rest of crypto outside of Bitcoin. And if you look at other risk-on assets, like, you know, look at a QQQ index, for example, the NASDAQ index here in the US, also struggling this year from a performance perspective. So I'd actually compare those two to an Ethereum, to a Solana, more than I would compare Bitcoin, which I would probably bucket now more closer to gold.
Right.
Yeah, liquid VC was my answer when we're talking to people. And that's how we position it. Clearly, these are new technologies, and there's going to be hair and fur and mold, and like there's going to be all this weird stuff, right? Some of it may fail, some of it may fuel the next, whatever of the generation.
Then you have to go pretty broad then, right? You have to kind of reach with both arms wide open if you want liquid VC.
Yeah, so again, I keep going back to the trader hat, but in me, what I want is a product I'm pitching. I'm pitching the audience. This is what you're going to see. I want to see a rules-based SMA or ETF based off of Bitcoin dominance and some trend indicators. When Bitcoin dominance declines, you allocate into a basket of alts, and vice versa. You go maybe 80-20, 20-80, whatever it is. That way you're sort of systematic in your approach maybe a little bit, and I know a lot of people get very emotional about the community they're involved with in a coin. Unfortunately, that doesn't move the needle for prices, right? So becoming a community member is different than seeing results quickly.
Interesting.
Yeah, look, Bitcoin has been the tail that's wagged the dog, right, for a while, and alt season just really hasn't happened from a performance perspective. So it's made conversations more challenging, particularly with the advisor community who are already hesitant on anything beyond Bitcoin. And to a point that was made earlier, performance drives demand, right? There's no question. And the advisor community, that's even more so. Right now, a lot of the advisor firms barely want to talk about Bitcoin. They have basically no interest in anything else. If they start getting calls demanding exposure, that story is going to change very quickly, and then they're going to be looking to us to have those conversations. I think, what's been the challenge, and we have, again, a liquid token fund, is a lot of funds have struggled to even match Bitcoin's performance over the last couple of years. So I think
that's an important point, right? I think almost anything has had trouble over time beating Bitcoin.
Yeah, and I think if you're paying 2 and 20 to not even capture Bitcoin's performance, then it becomes a much harder discussion to have with them.
Suddenly it is anymore, right?
That's right. Yeah.
Let's go ahead.
No, I was just going to say that's what you definitely need. You need some sort of systematic risk-on, risk-off approach, or
we have one. Call me later.
A get-out-of-dodge.
We do have such a thing
because at least based on the swings that we've seen historically,
we'll talk.
You got to save yourself from that drawdown a little bit.
How important? I feel like staking and having a yield is one of these things where it really hooks people in who might otherwise not be hooked in, and even if some part of a 3% yield on Ethereum just changes the whole perspective. Is that really a big unlock for investor interest? Maybe I'll throw it to Federico on that one.
Absolutely. I think if you look at the rest of TradFi ETFs as well, like investors love a coupon. They love some sort of payment related to their investment. So yes, I think it's a massive unlock. And the ability that we have as ETF issuers to pass along those rewards back to our clients through our funds is going to be incredibly important in kind of unlocking both that crypto native crowd that understands that the ETFs today don't actually have staking capabilities, so why would I go that route? But also the TradFi crowd that's thinking perhaps with a different time horizon, but also loves the fact of clipping a coupon every year.
You guys are all nodding, so I'm not going to get any disagreement on the staking thing, right? It's just, but can we agree it's a sales tool?
It's just a strictly better product, right? If you're not staking, in a sense, you're getting diluted. So
I mean, as an example, you could look back to the launch of the Bitcoin ETFs, and there were a lot of Bitcoiners that publicly supported the ETFs. And some even provided capital and bought into. That's really hard to say support the product, the Ethereum community, the Solana community, when they'd be having to give up 3% in Ethereum or 8% in Solana. It's nonsensical. It's just factually, it's not a viable product.
Right. So how confident do we feel that these will find their way into U.S. ETFs sometime soon?
Yeah. I was going to say 100%. 100%.
Yeah, there's no question. I think, for the last 4 or 5 years, a lot of the headwinds had been regulatory, tax. I think this new SEC administration has been doing a lot. They've been much more conversational and working with the issuers to figure out what those problems are and how do we address them. And I fully expect most of those challenges to be addressed over the 6 to 12 months.
Do we think, I'm really impressed by options activity on Bitcoin ETFs, especially since there are other options markets out there. Do we think options markets start to pop up? And the Ethereum options have been not so interesting. Is the Bitcoin options thing sort of a singularity within crypto options in the United States, do you think? Maybe Josh, I'll start with you on that one.
I'll just say quickly that the treasury companies that are buying outside of BTC may help fuel the options market a little bit in these other coins where it's available, or on the CME or wherever, just because they're sort of like hand in hand, with who's trading what again and why they're there and what they're looking for. And if we start seeing these covered call products pop up as well, that's going to fuel more interest in options for altcoins.
That's a good point. And maybe banks too, with options desks.
Sure.
Yeah. I mean, banks, then you get access to what? Structured products based on the ETFs. You maybe start to get access into annuity products. You have insurance risk that has to start to get hedged out. I mean, this would be a richer environment, right? I mean, that may actually open up a new distribution channel. So are you thinking about that at all, or is it just the retail and advisory path? What have conversations with banks been like?
Yeah, I mean, I think historically there were a lot of headwinds, or at least concerns enough, that pushed banks away from touching crypto. Almost all of them had crypto teams and research teams, but some of the and they may have acted as APs on the Bitcoin ETFs, et cetera, but to actually touch and hold crypto, they've been pretty against it. Years ago, it was fear of reprisal from regulators, and that significantly has shifted since the new administration has taken over. But I still think it's a slow sort of on-ramp. I think over the next few years we'll see that, but still today it's pretty shallow. But I would say one other thing. I know there's been the perps market offshore is massive, and I think we could see the perpetual futures in the U.S. at some point in the near term. So I think the background is we all look at Bitcoin ETF sales and AUM and Ethereum, but there's all this back-end institutional infrastructure that really has been slow to be built in the U.S. that I think is going to accelerate in the next couple of years.
That's a good point on perps. I wish we had a whole nother session for that. Federico, I'll give you the last word.
No, look, we're really excited about what's going to happen in the next half of this year from a ETF approval process here with the SEC. We're keenly focused on getting some of these products up and running, and I think to us, the more optionality we can bring to the U.S. market across all of our firms here is only going to make it a more robust and diverse ecosystem for crypto assets. So we're looking forward to bringing more capital to the ecosystem.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, guys. Thanks, audience.
Thank you, Andy.
Alrighty, well that was an exciting one, and we have an even more exciting one ahead of us. On to our next segment, we have another key fireside chat, this time with the new CEO of the Blockchain Association, Summer Mersinger. Steering our conversation is our very own Noah Axler, General Counsel here at Injective Labs. Over to you, Noah.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Noah Axler, General Counsel of Injective Labs, and I'm thrilled to have Summer Mersinger with me. She's the CEO of the Blockchain Association. Welcome, Summer.
Thanks for having me, and good afternoon, everyone. Glad to see everyone here.
Before we get into our conversation, I just want to touch on some highlights of your impressive career. Before joining the Blockchain Association, Summer served as a commissioner at the Commodity Futures Trading Commission, a position to which she was nominated by President Biden and confirmed unanimously by the Senate. Prior to her tenure at the CFTC, Summer held several senior positions in both the private and public sectors, including as Chief of Staff for U.S. Senator John Thune. Thank you for being with us, Summer.
Of course. Happy to be here today.
So let's start with the Blockchain Association. Can you tell us about your organization and its mission?
Yeah, absolutely. The Blockchain Association is the premier voice of the industry in Washington, D.C. We work closely with policymakers to make sure that any policy that is pro-innovation provides plenty of clarity for the industry. And the idea is that we really want the United States to be the global leader for this industry going forward. We have over 130 members today, and it's every everybody from venture capital to exchanges to really new, exciting, innovative businesses on the blockchain. And so we really do serve as a voice of industry.
And I'll add that a recent member is the Injective Foundation.
Yes, welcome.
Thank you. So obviously your career has cut across legislative, regulatory areas and beyond. What inspired you about the position you took at the Blockchain Association?
Yeah, it was a hard decision to leave the Commodity Futures Trading Commission. I really did enjoy being a commissioner and love the work that they do. It's a great agency with a lot of smart people. But we're in this pivotal moment right now in the crypto industry with Washington so focused on frameworks, bills, legislation, all around the crypto industry. You rarely see this kind of focus in Congress on, a single industry. So it's a very exciting time for crypto. My background gives me a lot of, opportunity to work on legislation in the past, to work on getting bipartisan support for legislation, to building coalitions. So I really felt like I had a good foundation to come to Blockchain Association and lead the agency. Also, once they're done with the market structure and the stablecoin bill, there's going to be a implementation period with the regulators. Coming straight from a regulator, I have a lot of good insight there and can definitely help the association and all of our members make sure that those implementing regulations are fit for purpose and allow the markets to flourish and innovation to continue to grow.
Well, I want to pick up on a few things you said, but maybe I'll focus first on bipartisanship. So I think that for those of us whose work touches at all on digital asset policy, we realize that there is support on both sides of the political aisle, Republican, Democrat, for our industry. That may come as a surprise, I think, to others in our community. Why is it so important that crypto policy in the U.S. remain a bipartisan issue?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, right now, if you look at the legislation that's moving across Capitol Hill, you'll note that there is bipartisan support. There was bipartisan support for the Genius Act, which passed the Senate recently. There's bipartisan support for the Clarity Act, which is the market structure bill coming out of the House Agriculture and House Financial Services Committee. And those bills need to be bipartisan. There are very kind of tight majorities in both the Senate and the House. And so you need both sides of the aisle to be in support of the legislation. And I think the other piece to this is, especially, whether you're Democrat or Republican, your constituents care. They want to be involved. They want to they want to invest in crypto. They want to see this industry grow and thrive. And so that's really the driving force behind this bipartisanship. It's not about Republican or Democrat. It's about people who want to see crypto industry available here in the United States, thriving in the United States, and see the United States continue to be the innovation, kind of capital of the world. So I think you've got to kind of go past politics and look at the people and the excitement for crypto that is across every state, every congressional jurisdiction.
And I heard you say, and I agree, that we're at a pivotal moment in crypto policy in the U.S. And I think you've touched on some of the points that make it a pivotal time. But do you want to add anything else to where we are at this particular juncture and why the direction we take is pivotal.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it starts with the fact that we have a pro-crypto administration, where before that wasn't necessarily the case. We have Congress that's pro-crypto on both sides of the aisle, and so we really do need to seize this moment of opportunity and use it to move forward with the framework that's necessary. And at the end of the day, the idea is this framework needs to be in place. We need regulations around stablecoin, around crypto markets, because we want to see the activity, the trading, that being in the United States, but we also want to make sure there's safeguards for those who are in these markets, who want to invest, make sure there are disclosures and proper protections of customer funds. All that comes with having legislation move so that the regulators can implement these. So it is a critical time. We definitely don't want to, waste this opportunity. We don't know how long this window will be open, and so we have to move quickly and with some unity towards pushing forward with this policy.
Well, let's maybe focus on one of the areas that's getting a lot of attention, stablecoins. Why is regulating stablecoins so important, and what's at stake if we don't get the regulatory framework right?
Absolutely. I think for stablecoins, one of the biggest issues is the issuers want to make sure that when they are offering these coins, when people are taking advantage of the stablecoin, that there's not some regulator in the federal government that's going to come in and say that's a security or that's some other offering where you should be regulated by this agency or another. They want the clarity so they can continue to do what they're doing in stablecoins, which at the end of the day, they're backed by U.S. dollars, and that is so important for the United States, for national security, to make sure that the stablecoins across the globe still have that U.S. dollar backing. If there's not regulatory clarity, if the issuers feel like they need to go offshore and look other places for that kind of welcoming regulatory environment, it's very likely that they may look at other currencies to peg the stablecoin. And, that is a concern that I think has really motivated Congress to move forward. They also want to make sure, with the Treasury holdings that are backing some of these stablecoins, we need more people in our Treasury markets, and we certainly want to make sure that stablecoins continue to also be backed by U.S. Treasuries. So there's a lot of reasons that it's important to have a regulatory framework in the United States so that stablecoins continue to be pegged to the U.S. dollar, owners of U.S. Treasuries, and that we don't run this opportunity offshore and see another currency come in and be the global standard for stablecoins.
And you mentioned the Genius Act, which is a major piece of stablecoin legislation. It passed the Senate last week. If you can tell us, what do you think is ahead for Genius in the House and beyond?
Yeah, it gets a little complicated because this gets into congressional procedure here. The House has their own bill called Stable. It has some differences from the Genius Act. If the House was inclined to do so, they could take the legislation passed by the Senate, the Genius Act, pass it out of the House of Representatives, and then that bill immediately goes to the president to be signed into law. Whether or not that happens, I think that's still a question that's out there. I believe there are some in the House of Representatives that would like to see a few changes to Genius, and they're looking at whether or not they can make those changes. That's a very delicate process because you don't want to lose the balance in the Senate. You don't want to lose any of those votes because it was a close vote in the Senate. So right now, the House is really spending a little bit of time figuring out if they can make changes, what those changes look like. If they were to make changes and bring that bill to the House floor, it then has to go back to the Senate, and they have to somehow find a way to change, bridge the differences between what the Senate passed and what the House passed. So it makes it a bit of a kind of ping pong back and forth, makes it a little more complicated, but I still think with all that involved, they can get stablecoin legislation to the president's desk before August.
Well, that's encouraging, and you anticipated my next question, which was, and I think it's a question many of us have asked ourselves each of the last probably 4 years, will we have stablecoin legislation passed this year? And it sounds like you think we will.
Yeah, I really do think it's going to happen. You've got the president really pushing Congress to move forward. The leadership in the House and the Senate are very aligned with the president on this. And so I think there's enough, kind of the forces are coming together, the stars are aligning, and it really is something they can get done in the next 4 weeks.
Well, that's great to hear. Maybe we'll shift away from stablecoins and talk about another major piece of digital asset legislation, which you also mentioned, the Clarity Act, which is before the House. Can you give us your, well, I'll say before I ask you, I think the Clarity Act, in my opinion, attempts to answer a lot of the questions that I think those of us in the industry have been trying to navigate over the last few years. For instance, under what circumstances is the sale of a token to be deemed the sale of a security? So with that preamble, can you give us your overview of the Clarity Act?
Yeah, absolutely. The Clarity Act, the objective is to have very clear definitions. What is a digital commodity? When is an issuer subject to regulation? When, how do you register a market within the agency? The idea is that the CFTC will be the primary regulator. It makes a lot of sense because the agency already has a lot of involvement with digital asset markets, and most of these assets are commodities anyway. They're not securities. So it makes a lot of sense to have the CFTC be the primary regulator. And it really is just a framework. So, helping those engaged in buying and selling and issuing know where to register, where to go, who's their regulator, and what they're going to be asked to, what changes are going to be put in place, what safeguards are going to be part of that regulatory structure. I think there's still some things in Clarity that, around the edges that probably need to be changed. The Senate has just kind of gotten going. They just got going on their side with market structure. The Senate Banking Committee, Republicans, a number of them issued a set of principles, and they're in the process of drafting language. Senate Agriculture will do the same. And I think, you may see a little bit different approach in the Senate from where the House is with Clarity. That's pretty normal. They'll work back and forth and get those worked out. But at the end of the day, we need legislation that provides clarity and allows the regulators to implement these bills in a way that we can continue to operate as we are. We don't need disruptions. We need things to kind of continue as they go and implement. We want to make sure that whatever they are putting into place on the regulatory side, that it doesn't cause more confusion, that it's very clear, that they're very transparent in the way they put those regulations in place. And at the end of the day, you want a regulatory environment where people are comfortable with their regulator, the regulators are comfortable with the industry, and together they can really promote the markets going ahead.
So I guess we shouldn't be surprised, but you think that the CFTC is the right choice to be the primary regulator of digital assets, it sounds like.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's a number of reasons why. I start with what I said about the fact that most digital assets are commodities. And so sometimes I wonder why we even have the conversation around should the SEC have regulatory authority. These are commodities, they're not securities. So at the end of the day, the CFTC is a natural regulator. They already are monitoring these markets because of their anti-fraud and anti-manipulation enforcement authority into the crypto markets. So they're already involved. They've had the futures on crypto products trading since 2015. So there's a lot of expertise in the building. A lot of people really understand these markets. And at the end of the day, they have what's called the SEC is a much more prescriptive regulatory regime. A lot of, it's looking at a different type of market. The CFTC is a market regulator, and the regulations are principles-based, and that allows different operators, different businesses to abide by those regulations in the way they see fit, rather than the government telling them how to abide by it. And that really helps innovation flourish. I think that's why the agency is seen as more pro-innovation, and has always been part of its mission was to promote responsible innovation.
We should probably mention for the audience that Clarity does reserve some areas for the SEC, but does clearly make the CFTC the primary regulator. So staying with the CFTC, it's probably fair to say yes, the CFTC is a little bit understaffed. They've not had a new chairperson appointed yet or nominated yet. Well, I'm sorry, there has been, Mr. Quintenz has been nominated, but he's not been confirmed. And there's been some departures among the commissioners, or at least announced departures, yours among them. Do you think in the near term the CFTC will be able, assuming Clarity or something similar to Clarity moves forward, to effectively oversee digital asset markets in the near term?
Yeah, absolutely. The staff there will be ready to jump right in with writing rules. They have a very talented, seasoned staff who have been through a lot of rule writing. They put into place a lot of the rules around Dodd-Frank, so they know how to move quickly in enacting a major piece of financial reform. And, we're down some commissioners. It could be that once Brian Quintenz is confirmed that he is the only person at the agency, there's nothing in the statute that prevents that, so he can continue to move forward. But I think when you're looking at rules and writing the rules, writing the regulations, and monitoring the markets, that's all done by the staff, and that staff exists. They know what they're doing, they've been doing it, and they're well prepared to take on this challenge.
So clearly the infrastructure is in place at the CFTC to step in.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, let's stay with derivatives, and which are traditionally a CFTC area of oversight, obviously. Coinbase announced recently that it intends to offer perpetual futures to U.S. customers. And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think you've said publicly that you think a perpetual futures product will be approved. Why have you said that?
They should be approved because, well, first of all, there is a large market in perpetuals that is all offshore. And at the end of the day, I think it's very important that we see that activity come back onshore and that it is in a regulated space. These products are not that different from swaps and other products that the CFTC is used to regulating. So it's really just getting the staff comfortable with the idea of what is a perpetual. They're used to having contract, dates where the contract ends and people roll in their position. This is a little bit different from what they've seen before. So I think a lot of it is getting staff comfortable. There's some there's staff action that they could take that would, kind of open the door. It doesn't need to be a new rule. It doesn't need to be a new regulation. So I think that they are, they had an RFI out to kind of ask for a little more information from those involved and those who want to be offering perpetuals. They're already seeing contracts that are 50 years in length. That's pretty much a perpetual. So I think they're well positioned to allow these into the United States, and that's a huge, there's a lot of market activity in that space, and I think it will be really great to have that on shore in the U.S.
Yeah, I agree. So it sounds like although perpetual futures are an innovative product in crypto, they're not so far outside of CFTC experience that they can't be addressed fairly efficiently.
Right. Yeah, I think it does. It looks like products that they already know how to regulate, and the people who want to offer these are registered exchanges, so they already have the oversight of the agency. They are examining them. They know how they hold customer funds, so there's a lot of safeguards in place to allow this market to move back to the U.S. and to see perpetuals traded on registered CFTC exchanges.
Is the same true to some extent about prediction markets and maybe specifically crypto prediction markets?
Yeah, prediction markets are a little bit more tricky because the statute that the CFTC uses to oversee those contracts was they created a section in Dodd-Frank that, in my opinion, was done maybe a little too fast, not too carefully. It's a very confusing section of Dodd-Frank. There were some errors in the drafting, which makes it more difficult. So what you've seen around prediction markets is offshore markets, and then those that are registered in the U.S. through the CFTC, but there's a lot of challenge around what kind of contracts those U.S. regulated prediction markets can offer. And again, that just goes back to the fact that the legislation, the law is not clear. The agency, when they implemented the regulations, the regulation was incorrect, and they haven't been able to go back and fix that. So I think the status quo is going to kind of remain what we see now. This could continue to kind of play out in the states and the fights between the states and the prediction markets. But I think it's one of those things where until the law is changed or the agency is able to put in very clear rules, the prediction markets in the U.S. are going to continue to offer the products that they have been lately. And honestly, the offshore ones, there's nothing stopping them from going into the CFTC and registering. It's just a long process. And so I think for some, it's easier to continue operating offshore than to go through the registration process. But I do think we'll see more prediction markets coming online and more exchanges being registered with the CFTC to do prediction markets.
Well, that's interesting and exciting. So we'll look forward to seeing that happen. Maybe we'll take a step back and just let me ask you generally, like for those in the audience who want to get more involved in crypto policy discussions and having some say in these crypto policy discussions, how can they go about it?
Yeah, I always say it's better to tell your own story before somebody tells it for you, and usually in a way you don't want them telling it. So I always encourage anyone in the industry who wants to be, wants to have their voice heard, wants to offer their thoughts and their opinions on policy, to start with your members of Congress and senators. Go in and talk to them, meet with their staff. If you have a company, if you're building a company, tell them what you're doing. Tell them why the policy is important, why you exist. And sometimes I think just the education piece can be missing, and it is just kind of going in and explaining to the policymakers, here's what we do and here's why we're doing it. Certainly that can be done on the federal level, but it can also be done on the local and state levels. We've seen state governments take actions that have been not crypto friendly. So go in and talk to your state representative, your state senator, your governor. But I think the most important thing is take that step go in and make that contact and get to know those individuals and their staff, and let them learn from you, because again, there's an education gap. We do the best we can at the Blockchain Association to try to be a resource. We're often up educating members, staff, about the technology, the importance of, having a pro-innovation regulatory structure. But it really is impactful when you're a constituent and you go in and you tell them about what you're doing and why it's important. It really does have a big impact on those members. So I always tell people, go out, make contact. A lot of you, if you have businesses, you are in the, that's your primary goal, and you're really watching to, you should be more concerned about your business in Washington, and that's where the Blockchain Association comes in. We do a lot of advocacy on behalf of our members. We spend a lot of time daily talking to congressional staff, to members, really trying to promote industry with regulators, administration. So we're here as a resource as well. So, again, as you're doing the most important thing, which is building businesses and, creating jobs, the Blockchain Association can also be the voice in Washington for what you are trying to do.
Yeah, and I can say from recent personal experience with a day organized on the Hill by the Blockchain Association that in speaking to representatives and their staffers, they're very open to learning more, and we're happy to let us sort of serve as a resource for doing that. So I found that very gratifying and rewarding, and also encouraging for, where we are, and, going back to the earlier point, the bipartisan sort of support for the industry. So very encouraging. So with respect to the Blockchain Association itself, who can join? How does one become a member? Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, you have to be crypto native, blockchain native. So your business needs to involve the technology in some form. We don't have traditional financial players as members, because we want people who are native to the industry. And any business of any size can apply. We do have a membership committee that goes through and tries to learn more about the businesses, which is an important part of the process, to make sure that we are and that their values align well with the values of the rest of our members. And once you become a member, we work very closely with your teams to make sure we're providing the support that you need, whether it's just updates on policy, what's going on in Washington, what should we be aware of. We do fly-ins where we will set up a meeting for you with your member of Congress. We hold summits where we bring in thought leaders throughout the federal government, administration, congressional members, and have them, speak and really provide kind of a more intimate setting where you can really get to know those individuals. So there's a lot that comes with membership, and I encourage anybody of any size to apply. I think there's a lot of benefits, and again, the idea is you should be focusing on what you're trying to do, be the innovator. We're here to be the voice in Washington for our members.
Terrific. So I hope some in our audience today will be reaching out to Blockchain Association soon. I heard it mentioned on a panel earlier today that, in the last 3 or 4 years, some members of the crypto community have been reluctant to sort of engage in policy discussions and interact and interface with agencies just because of the climate. Personally, I really feel that's changing. I think a lot of that energy is reflected in the Blockchain Association and increasing membership. So we thank you for all you're doing, and really thank you for being here today with us.
Yeah, absolutely. No, whatever we can do to help the industry move forward, and we're not just a resource for our members. We also want to be a resource for the policymakers in Washington, and we see that every single day. Like I said, we're working with Congress every day, sometimes over the weekends, much to the staff's, they're very good. They will, any time they take calls, they take, emails, all hours, all days, but what's happening now in Washington is pivotal, it's exciting, and we need to see this legislation get to the finish line so we can have the regulatory framework in place, so there's some clarity, and so industry can feel welcome in Washington and continue to thrive in the U.S.
Well, thank you for being here, Summer, and giving us a lot of reasons for optimism. Yeah. We appreciate it.
No, thanks for having me.
Alrighty, guys, and next up we have one of I think it's going to be, my kind of favorite and what I've been looking forward to the most. So now I am pleased to pass things over to one of Injective's key stewards, Mirza Udin, who has been instrumental in shaping the strategic direction of Injective. Mirza is going to give us a look into some of Injective's major releases slated for this coming year. So I'll pass things over to Mirza now without any further ado.
Aloha, everyone. How's it going? Beautiful venue, huh? I'm still in awe and impressed by what the team put together. So my entire session is a little bit different from all the panels and everything else you might be hearing today, because my entire session is about pure alpha. We're talking about new launches, new releases, and a barrage of upcoming news that will redefine finance forever. So whether you're here for the alpha or just along for the ride, stick around, because right after me, you'll hear from New York's very own Mayor Eric Adams as he shares his bold plans to reshape all of New York into becoming the crypto capital of the world. So let's get started. But before we begin, you might be wondering, who is this guy? Who am I? So hello again. I'm Mirza. I run the business team here at Injective. Over the past 5 years, I've touched pretty much every single vertical at this company, whether you're talking about business or marketing, and I've watched it grow from a small 3-person startup into the absolute behemoth that it is today. You already heard some big updates from our CEO, Eric, this morning, from the introduction of Injective's first revenue fund to the public testnet, which is coming out next week on EVM, to Canary Capital preparing to file the very first INJ ETF. But let's be honest, the opening ceremony only scratched the surface of what is happening next for Injective and the ecosystem. And that's why we're here today. This alpha session is where we go deeper, where we give you the first look at what's really coming next on Injective. Now, before we dive in, I want to re-emphasize what Eric said. Injective is the first and only blockchain truly built for finance. What that means is every single upgrade, every single integration, and every single collaboration done here at Injective is built towards creating a more open, efficient, and equitable financial system using blockchain technology. So how do we do that? First, we make sure Injective is accessible to every builder, because a closed system goes against everything that this industry stands for. Injective already offers the best infrastructure for finance, but we're taking that even further with our multi-VM vision. Injective will be the first L1 to truly integrate multiple virtual machines in one integrated environment. So whether you are working in Solidity or Rust, you'll be able to tap into Injective's core primitives like the on-chain order book, the real-world asset module, and more, with absolutely zero limits. All transactions across all VMs are recorded on a single unified network. That means shared liquidity, shared users, and a truly seamless developer environment for all. And the best part, you can soon be a builder on WASM, EVM, SVM, or any other builder to begin developing on top of Injective. We're of course excited to share that EVM is officially integrated onto Injective, and starting next week, the public testnet will be accessible for all to use. The Injective EVM layer supports tools like Hardhat and Foundry from day one, and I'm really excited about this one. Today, we're introducing, for the first time, the multi-VM token standard. This powerful token standard creates one unified token that works across the entire Injective ecosystem. So whether you're building in WASM or EVM, you can use the same exact token. So the INJ that you have on the EVM layer will be exactly the same as the INJ on the SVM and WASM layer. An absolute first for all of crypto. No bridging, no complications, no wrap tokens, just simple, lightning-fast transactions. And for the first time, EVM developers can access a shared liquidity layer, unlocking a whole new class of applications on top of Injective. So every institution we have natively integrated into the cloud on the WASM side will have the same access for developers who are building on EVM. Creating a playground that welcomes every developer, no matter their background or tooling, is central to Injective's mission. But we're not stopping with just Web3 native developers, because that only scratches the surface of what's possible. And we at Injective are always proud to be first in innovating for what comes next. Our goal is to truly merge traditional and on-chain finance together, which means we need to be able to welcome Web2 developers the same way we welcome Web3 developers. Because that is currently the realm of possibility in the world of Web2. Today, you can go to a website like WordPress or Webflow and create a new platform in under an hour. But try doing that in Web3. It's not only impossible, it's unimaginable. You likely have to create a smart contract, you have to get it audited, you have to build for months and months before you can see your app or even beta live in action. And not only do you have to be a good developer, you likely have to be one of the best developers out there. And that means more and more barriers to entry for Web3. So today, I'm excited to share that we at Injective are going to break down this long-standing barrier forever, which brings me to the next big reveal. Introducing iBuild. iBuild is the first of its kind AI-powered platform that allows anyone to build high-fidelity applications on top of Injective with simple text-based prompts. You simply tell iBuild what you want to create, and it will do it for you like magic. So let's say, for instance, you want to build a lending protocol. All you have to do is say, hey, I want to build a lending app, and Injective will do the rest. And you can even do this in much more innovative ways, where let's say you want to take tokenized stocks as collateral. You can do that on Injective with simple text-based commands. And the production-ready app will be live on mainnet immediately. It's intuitive, it's fast, and it radically lowers the barrier to entry for builders everywhere. But don't just take my word for it. I have a demo for you to see iBuild in action. And here it is. Thank you. We're incredibly excited about this. So whether you're a Solidity dev, a Rust dev, or simply a Web2 developer entering Web3 for the first time or have no knowledge of crypto, anyone can get started on the most powerful and now the most accessible platform in all of crypto. And now speaking about the future, I would like to next welcome our head of mobile development, Billy, to the stage, who will talk about the next big innovation on Injective, Helix Mobile, the premier decentralized exchange of Injective. We also have created the first look at Helix Mobile, and here it is.
Hey guys, my name is Billy Jacoby, and I am the head of mobile development here at Injective Labs. Today is a major milestone for Injective. As you saw from the video, we're incredibly excited to unveil the first mobile-native decentralized exchange built specifically for the Injective ecosystem. Helix Mobile puts the full power of decentralized trading in the palm of your hands. But this isn't just about launching an exchange app. This is about unlocking a whole new level of accessibility. With Helix Mobile, trading on Injective becomes something anyone can do from anywhere at any time without needing to sit at a desktop or be a DeFi expert. We're closing the gap between professional-grade decentralized trading and real-world usability, and that changes everything. Helix Mobile is officially available in both the Apple App Store and Google Play Store today. So, what can Helix Mobile do? Here's what it delivers on day one as of today. You can trade spot, perpetuals, and real-world I assets, all from a single interface. You want to trade major pairs, dive into perps, or gain exposure to real-world assets? It's all here, no tab hopping, no switching tools. It's built for first-time traders. So we've streamlined the entire experience from onboarding to first trade. So even someone brand new to DeFi can get started in under a minute. It's powerful, yet incredibly simple to use. You can connect to Injective with just an email or a social provider. It's so easy to get started for users that aren't familiar with the DeFi landscape. You can log in with Apple, Google, or your email and have access to a totally secure, non-custodial wallet that will follow you throughout the Injective ecosystem. It connects seamlessly to your existing Injective wallets via Auth grant as well. So if you're already familiar with Injective, you're already trading on Helix Web, nothing new to set up. You simply open Helix Web, scan a QR code, and your wallet is immediately connected to Helix Mobile. It's all integrated. And yes, notifications. Today we support notifications for two main categories: order updates and liquidation risk. Whenever you have a limit order that's been filled fully or partially, you'll receive a notification. If you've got a more advanced take profit stop loss order, you'll also be notified when this order is triggered, both for a market and a limit order. And liquidation risk. Helix Mobile notifies you when you have an open position that's approaching liquidation risk, and again, when that position is dangerously close to being liquidated. Finally, if your position's been liquidated, you'll also be notified. So this makes it easier than ever to add margin and help make those riskier positions more stomachable. Let's talk about the bigger picture, what this app means for the Injective ecosystem moving forward. More users, more liquidity, more volume, more builders, and more visibility. Helix Mobile makes decentralized trading radically more accessible. That means more users, liquidity, volume, builders, and more visibility for everybody building on Injective. And for power users, it's a pocket-sized trading desk. Whether you're managing perps, Scalping trends or just keeping tabs in your portfolio, Helix Mobile makes it faster and more responsive than ever before. This isn't just an app, it's an ecosystem multiplier. Helix Mobile is here, and it's available for download right now. It's the easiest way to trade on Injective, whether you're a first-time user or a power trader. It's fast, secure, intuitive, and fully decentralized. So here's what we're asking. Go download it, try it, share it with your community, and help us welcome the next generation of traders into the Injective ecosystem, because the future of decentralized trading just went mobile. Hand it back over to Mirza.
Thank you, Billy. Wow. Can we get another round of applause for Billy? That's actually really good. So the reason I'm so excited about it is I watched them work on it for maybe a year, and it's so easy to think that transporting over from something on web to mobile is easy, but in Web3 it's so hard. If you guys ever tried using a Web3 app, you have to download 3 different wallets, import your private keys, it's a mess. And they spent a lot of time to make it as Web2 friendly as possible, so couldn't be more excited. And we encourage all of you to try it out, right? It's available on both the Apple App Store and the Google Play Store. So you can find the links directly on the QR codes that Billy shared, but if you didn't have the time to scan those QR codes, which I assume you did not, please check them out at helixapp.com. And that's not all for Helix, right? Starting now, we're opening up Helix referral program to everyone. Previously, it was limited just to an exclusive whitelist as we tested out the program and wanted to make sure that it's one of the best referral programs out there. So now anyone can go on to helixapp.com, generate their own referral link, and start earning 40% of any referral that they generate, right? And this is by far the highest referral rewards program in all of crypto today. What's even better is you never have to claim these rewards. These rewards go straight to your wallet as soon as your friend starts trading, at any size, at any volume, at any time. And one more thing. We've went over a lot today. We covered infrastructure upgrades, we showed you iBuild, we showed you Helix Mobile, we showed you the multi-VM token standard and EVM and the new burn auction. It's a lot, but we have more. From major infrastructure upgrades to everything else, nothing happens at Injective in a vacuum. At Injective, we work hand in hand with the very best minds across traditional finance and Web3. And it's that collaboration across blockchain, technology, government, policymakers, and more that allows Injective to continue innovating and pushing forward. And today, we're taking that to a whole new level. Introducing the Injective Council. The Injective Council is a new governing body that we have created here at Injective for the first time. It includes the most prominent Fortune 500 companies and respected Web3 titans as well. So guys like Google, all the way down to Galaxy Digital, each one multi-billion-dollar enterprises helping to shape the future of Injective. They will offer a core strategic group who will shape the future of Injective from the inside. And this is more than just an advisory group. It's a hands-on, forward-looking initiative designed to align Injective's growth with the insight and expertise of the top players across the world. So how does it work? Council members meet with the Injective Foundation several times over the course of the year. During these sessions, they review recent progress, evaluate upcoming initiatives, and help steer high-impact decisions, from new partnerships to groundbreaking chain upgrades. It's a true behind-the-scenes seat at the table, offering a rare opportunity to directly shape the future alongside Injective. Council members also get early access to Injective's roadmap, a first look at major product launches, and the ability to collaborate directly with other top-tier leaders across the Injective ecosystem. But more importantly, they help shape what gets built and how it gets built at Injective. As of today, the Injective Council is unmatched already, with leaders from T-Mobile all the way down to Google, and with many more being announced soon. And we're just getting started. I want to thank you all for the time. I know that was a lot of information to digest, but let's get started and get ready to welcome the New York Mayor, Eric Adams. Thank you all.
Alrighty, guys. I know we are now on to one of the major highlights of this incredible day. I want us to join, all together in welcoming one of the most prominent voices championing innovation in public leadership, New York City's Mayor Eric Adams. Leading the conversation is Nina, Deputy Editor of Forbes. I am very pleased to welcome them to the stage just in a few moments. Thanks, guys.
everyone. Give it up for Mayor Eric Adams. Hope everyone's having a great event. How are you doing?
Good, good. How are you?
Good, good. Well, we had a fun Tuesday night. How did you enjoy watching that?
That's right.
So, back in 2021, you were the first mayor to take your first few paychecks in crypto. Have you held those tokens?
First, yes, I did. And being mayor of the largest city in the country and the financial capital of the country, the role is both substantive and symbolic. And taking my first 3 paychecks in Bitcoin was a clear symbolic message I was sending out, because there's a lot of misnomers about digital assets. Whenever something happens wrong, they want to brush the entire industry. And so if the mayor of the city of New York is saying, hey, I'm taking my paychecks in it, it sent a message out to everyone, let's re-examine it. And then when I took it, everyone laughed at me. They wrote bad articles about me, they called me all sorts of names. And now when you look at what it's worth, I'm laughing at them. And so it's a good way of making sure we evolve, and it was a great decision. I'm looking forward to the expansion of that.
And the returns on those.
Yes.
It's been 4 years already.
Yes.
How did you start with crypto in the first place? When did this fascination come from for you?
Brock Pierce, and I had dinner with him one day, and he introduced me to the entire concept. And I just started to hear, how the butterfly effect, quantum physics talks about once you acknowledge something, you see the continuous existence of it. And once I heard it from Brock Pierce, my consciousness was, when I started being around people that talked about it, I learned more and more and more. And I realized that if we embrace this new way of savings and paying for goods and services and investment, there's some great opportunities in many ways. Like if you just look at here in New York, we have a large Caribbean diaspora. They send money back to their home islands or countries, and they're paying a great deal of money to the money transfer fees. If we just show them how you can use digital assets to accomplish this task, we're talking about saving billions of dollars, and low-income New Yorkers who are they're paying taxes on the dollars that they earn. You shouldn't have to pay more taxes when you transfer down to your loved ones.
You learned from the OGs. I mean, Brock was one of the co-founders of Tether.
Yes.
That must have been a very good introduction to this fascinating world.
Hold on, where are you from?
I am from Russia originally.
How you know about OG?
Yeah. So you've long championed New York City to be the crypto capital of the world. And in 2025, it really does feel like the center of gravity for the industry. Much of it thanks to the administration's embrace of the industry and the regulatory change that we are overseeing. But you think we can do more. So walk us through your vision. You talked about bid bonds. I'm curious how you think those can help the city and what else is in store.
Everyone, I think there's several layers to accomplish what we want to accomplish. The first thing, we have to get rid of the bid license. That was put in place about 10 years ago. It was used to demonize the industry. There were people who made the decision that really don't understand the industry. And I want to tell those who want to embrace and make this the crypto capital of the globe, there's a role for those who are out here, those who are sitting in the audience. We have to empower ourselves politically. Many people say, listen, I'm just trying to do my investment. I'm trying to do my thing. I don't want to get into politics. If you don't get into politics, politics is going to get into you. If you didn't learn anything from this last election with this administration on the federal level, is extremely crypto friendly. And because I think in the first 120 days, there were almost 60 pieces of legislation that we saw go through the House, we can do that here also. So the bit license is a state issue. So those who are in this space, They must go up to Albany, lobby, get rid of the bit license the way it is, and then share their political know-how, knowing who their city council person, a state assembly person, state senator, congressperson, and lobby them to say, we want this city to be the crypto capital of the globe. I'm going to do my part here. We're going to look how we can circumvent those elected officials who are not willing to embrace this technology or the evolution of how we pay for goods and services. But we're going to need the masses, because politics come from the ground up. It doesn't start from the top down. And when you see this fear, it's hard to believe that people don't realize we used to exchange goods and services using seashells. We went to coins. We went to dollar bills. We went to credit cards. Now my son tells me, Dad, just cash at me. So the evolution is here. No use fighting it. Embrace it.
So you mentioned BitLicense, and I checked today, and there are only about 30-something companies in the state that have this license, and it has been very well known that New York has some of the most stringent requirements for crypto companies to come and register. But I think the major concern here is investor protection. So how can we balance those two things, make sure that the city and the state is a welcome place for entrepreneurs in the space, but also that consumers and investors are feeling safe?
No, so true, because the industry will grow with safety. We have to have the right regulations in place without just really stymieing the growth. I mean, when you only have such a small number of bit licenses, it's clear that this was put in place to stymie the industry. And you don't have to stymie the industry to regulate the industry. So some people say, well, look what happened where billions of dollars were stolen. Yeah, well, billions of dollars are stolen in stocks. Billions of dollars are stolen in credit cards. So if people have larceny in their hearts, they're going to find a way to do something wrong. An industry should not die merely because those who abuse the industry. And so while you open the industry up, we must make sure on the federal and the state and the city level that we put the right regulations in place, but it can't be regulations to kill the entire industry.
And to guide your vision, you announced the creation of an advisory council. I'm curious if you've already begun those conversations, who you are talking to, and what would be the goals for that entity?
Very important, because what I've learned, because you are elected to office does not mean you have all the brilliance. You have to lean on people who understand their industries, bring them in, allow them to be part of the formation of what you are attempting to accomplish. I want to bring these smart men and women in the room who have been successful in the industry. They want to see the industry grow and be a part of our council and say, what do we do to attract the industry to the city? With legislation we need to look at to change? What must we do to see it expand? And one important part that's crucial to me is that we have to expand the pool of people who are engaged. I want to go into my inner cities. I want our young people to learn at an early age what the industry is like. I want them to see how they don't have to be left behind. Often when you have these new innovative ways of doing things, we leave out a great deal and a great number of people, and I don't want that to happen. We're going to incorporate this into our Department of Education. We're going to do real case studies, course studies. We're going to have curriculums that's going to be built around this. Nothing would give me great joy than walking into one of our underserved communities and a young person walking to the school and buys a loaf of bread using Bitcoin.
Awesome, and that leads into my next question. What else can be done by your office, by us as an industry, to ensure that New York City remains the global crypto hub beyond your leadership?
Have to, what you do in your time as mayor is not an indicator of how successful you are, is what legacy you put in place for the remaining years to come. And so if we're able to properly put the foundation in place, that companies will come here, grow, and build, we will be able to produce jobs that people could be gainfully employed. We have more jobs in New York City in the city's history because of our openness to attract new businesses. So if I'm able to create this city as being the crypto capital of the globe, that's a legacy to leave. My young people who are in intermediate or elementary school now will grow up to be employed by one of these companies, and that's important. Or even bringing this event here. This is a beautiful space, and the way you allowed this space to be open is showing the attractiveness of the city. And this is a great city. You know, if you want to find your boo, you want to find it here.
Yeah, well, we do have a great crowd here, so you have a busy few months ahead before the November elections.
Yes.
What would be your message to your constituents and the ones in this audience?
Yes, lean into the future. The evolution is here, and we should not be afraid of it. Change is hard. I've witnessed that throughout my career, not only in government, but just in life. And we should embrace change, be conscious, have our eyes open to make sure that no one is attempting to do something that is harmful to our financial investments. But we need to be open to the change and embrace the change, because change is coming.
It is indeed. And lastly, what are you excited about in this space? What keeps your interest these days?
The possibilities of moving away from just antiquated systems. When you look at what blockchain can do, we can put our death certificates, our birth certificates. We could be able to put everything from your leases to your deeds of your home. We could cut down on fraud if it's on the blockchain. And then using cryptocurrency, you could pay for your taxes. You could pay your summonses, your water bills. To be able to pay for your utilities using your digital assets is crucial. So this innovation in this way that we are moving towards, there's some great possibilities, and I'm excited about those possibilities. And think about it for a moment. The transformation, as I was saying, from going from paying for goods and services using seashells to the evolution to where we are now. We are in the midst of, I think, one of the greatest evolutions that mankind has ever witnessed. Not only how we use our currencies and our assets, but look at artificial intelligence. I mean, just to think what is going to happen from year to year to year, and how we're going to bring people together. I'm just excited what technology is going to do for us. Many people are afraid, oh my God, what is going to happen if we use it or not? People are afraid when planes went up in the sky. Now they're using them to go crisscross the globe. I am looking forward to what technology is going to do, even in this space and all other spaces.
What a time to be alive. And hope you all also got excited by Mayor's vision and excited for what the city will become and what this industry will do and how it will change the financial system and the way we transact and all that. Well, thank you so much, Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you. And if you're from out of the city visiting, all I ask you is spend money. Spend a lot of money.
Awesome. It was absolutely incredible to hear from the mayor. But we're not done yet. We have a ton of more exciting programming to hop into. And without any further ado, I know that in a minute we're going to get started with our next panel. which is one of my favorites, and that is tokenization and programmable real-world assets. This panel will dive deep into the trends in tech shaping our space and the blockchain space at large. Moderating is Remy Blair, lead anchor for FinTech TV. Let's give her and the entire panel a warm welcome. It may take a couple minutes, but just we can give them a warm welcome in advance. Thanks, guys.
Okay, everyone, so we will get started with our next panel, and that is tokenization and programmable real-world assets. So I know that we have a tough act to follow, but we will get started. So first and foremost, I do want to introduce our guests here, starting out with Thomas. So if you could tell us a little bit about what you do.
Yeah, happy to. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Thomas Cowan. I run tokenization and on-chain capital markets at Galaxy. We're a crypto-focused merchant bank. And so my job really is to work with major players in the space to take different assets and put them on blockchains and then distribute them to different clients in the space where we see most of the demand.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon as well. My name is Manuel Andreani. I lead banking solutions at Anchorage Digital. My background, I used to be in traditional finance. I used to be at a quantitative hedge fund, AQR, and two different prime brokers, Credit Suisse and Deutsche Bank. About 4 years ago, I left what I call the dark side to join crypto, to join Anchorage Digital. Anchorage Digital is an institutional-only platform that offers custody, staking, trading, treasury management, and banking services. We also are the home of the only OCC federally chartered bank in the United States. And our clients are effectively the large institutions as well as what we call the crypto innovators, which are the VCs, the protocols and foundations that want to custody digital assets and want to get access to tokenized products as well.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, Injective, for having us in this amazing venue. I'm Paul. My background is, I guess, in contrast to you guys, not in finance by any means, mostly tech. So I've operated as a software engineer by background, worked on a company called AngelList, and that is where Republic originally spun out of. Also worked on a company called CoinList and was building those products for the most part. So I had the luck of working with Galaxy and Anchorage at various points in time. But Republic itself started off as an equity crowdfunding platform. So basically, think AngelList, which lets you invest in startups, but make it accessible to anyone who's accredited or not, basically the retail audience. And that mission has now evolved to basically across asset classes. And so we've become a much more Web3 native firm. We're looking to tokenize every offering we do and basically bring any alternative asset to and make it available to invest to anyone. So you can almost call it the Amazon of alternatives, if you will.
Yeah, and the great thing is that all of you have worked together in some capacity, and there's a lot of alignment. So I think the best thing to start with is the definition. So when we look at the title of our panel today, the key word I think is programmable here. But first and foremost, if you could tell me the difference between just plain old vanilla tokenization and real world assets that are programmable.
Yeah, I'm happy to kick that off, and then please jump in. At a high level, when I think of how to define tokenization, it truly is, especially in this cycle, one of those words that has been used so many times that it's kind of lost its definition. But at the end of the day, what I think about is it's really just the action of taking the information associated with a given asset and the actual asset itself and combining them. And it doesn't really matter whether that financial transaction is buying a cup of coffee or some LP interest of a fund, right? Like at the end of the day, it's just a token that the information is really the differentiator there. And so when we think of kind of the real world asset part that you're mentioning, I think in the past year or so, it's shifted from taking traditional financial assets and putting them on chain compared to like a Bitcoin or an Ethereum, which is a digitally native token. But I think over time, the term RWA is likely going to kind of fade into the background because more and more of these assets will kind of blend and come together, and we'll just end up with a token being similar to the way that a packet is on the internet, where it's just a new way to move and store information, and that parallels the same for value for tokenization. So that's how I would approach it, but please jump in.
Yeah, I think one component that I will add is once you effectively wrap, so tokenize a specific asset or something on chain, then that act is gonna, given the blockchain technology, the technology that we have developed over the years, obviously in the crypto space, allows the programmability, which is an add-on. So the ability to have specific functions or specific actions happen in a coded manner, which means that that coding is supposed to and is already bringing a lot of efficiencies, right? I think, coming from traditional finance, I think about a bond, right? So the distribution of the yield for a bond doesn't have to touch multiple players in the chain, right? Can be programmable once that tokenized bond is on chain. So the programmability is really like an add-on top of tokenization that should create and is creating efficiencies.
I think great definitions. Mostly I'm just going to be recapping, but yeah, there's creating a digital representation, and then there's adding behavior to that thing. So things like compliance, things like restrictions, things like margin calls built into the actual asset. So the functionality is the programmability, and the mapping of the asset into the digital world is the tokenization.
Yeah, and for our audience, I think it would be very helpful to go through digital organizations are actually engaging with RWAs. And Thomas, I understand that there's a very expensive violin involved that used to belong to Catherine the Great. And people out there might think, why? So tell us about the opportunity here.
Yeah, absolutely. So this was over a year ago at this point, but we had one of our clients based in Hong Kong who owns the Catherine the Great's violin from 1708, and he came to us and said, hey, I would love to be able to tokenize this and lend against it to be able to buy more Bitcoin. And so, of course, that was music to our ears. We were like, okay, let's figure out how to do this. This is interesting. And his point was not only to have this flashy asset to point that you can tokenize anything, but also to prove that, look, different assets can be monetized in different ways. And today it's a violin, but there's no reason why in the long term, as the beauty of tokenization takes the cost to lend so much lower, it means that the average person's iPhone is $1,000. There's no reason why you shouldn't be able to tokenize that and then get a 50% LTV against that and get a $500 loan in a way that you wouldn't otherwise. So it takes the financial structures and opportunities that right now are available to very high net worth individuals. And because the cost structure is so much lower, you can bring it way down over time and really democratize the access to the financial system that today still is comparatively guarded.
Yeah, and Thomas, that violin that we're talking about, it is the Rolex of violins, correct? And with the mayor being here, it reminds me many years ago in New York City, somebody left a very expensive violin in a taxi cab and they got it returned. I think it was somewhere in the ballpark of $3 to $4 million. So that's something to keep in mind here when we're talking about tokenization. But Manuel, I do want to move on to you. And in terms of Anchorage, many people are familiar with what BlackRock is doing. So tell us how you're engaging with RWAs.
Yeah, absolutely. So Anchorage, over time, obviously we started as a crypto native, but we have blended into being really like a unique, I would call ourselves like beast in the space, in the sense that we got our OCC federally chartered back in 2019, and we're still the only OCC federally chartered digital bank here in the United States. So what has happened is that we have become the de facto bank for a lot of what we call the crypto innovators. So the VCs, the protocols, the foundations that want to have a bank account, they come to Anchorage. Now, what has happened over time is that a lot of them, they will like to be fully on the blockchain without touching fiat, or if they had to touch fiat, as the least possible, right? So what has happened is that, say I am a protocol that have just raised 10 million from a venture capital fund, and that 10 million now needs to sit somewhere. The first thing that they would do, they will come to Anchorage, open an account, and now they would like to generate some yield. The 10 million goes into a stable coin. The stable coin doesn't generate any yield. So what are we offering? We're offering the way for them to sweep into tokenized products that will generate some type of yield. And obviously, tokenized treasury money market fund have been a very popular product, in particular for the use case that I just mentioned. And BITO, the BlackRock tokenized money market fund, which is obviously tokenization is one of the key projects for BlackRock, is one of the tokenized products that we offer. And in particular, as a bank, we can custody and settle tokenized securities, which a lot of these products tend to be. And so we are very uniquely positioned. In particular, we're very happy because we can help what we call crypto innovators to really have a crypto native experience in terms of banking, which is quite different than the traditional banking world.
And Paul, I do want to move on to you. So there was recently a Wall Street Journal article about pre-IPO companies and what Republic is doing. So when we think about pre-IPO companies, we might think of SpaceX, OpenAI, Anthropic, Epic Games, for example. So what are you doing?
Yeah, so I would say to triangulate Republic within the scope of Anchorage and Galaxy, we're probably the kind of retail bridge, so the consumer bridge. They do a lot of infrastructure and a lot of institutional products, and we are trying to deliver those to our over 3 million users in a way that's digestible to them and also fractionalized down to a point that it's accessible to them. And that can apply to any alternative asset, but our background has obviously been in helping startups raise money and do so from their actual audience, from their actual users. And this is basically just an extension of that into the later stage world, getting folks access to these deals that nobody with less than, let's say, a $10, $50 million check you normally can get access to. We're now trying to enable that at $50 minimum.
And that brings me to my next question, and that is the momentum right now surrounding tokenization and real-world assets. So why now? What's different from the halfway point of 2025 to, say, compared to a few years ago?
Yeah, I'm happy to take a first crack at that. I think, first, the one that everyone is very much aware of is the regulatory clarity that is very different than previous cycles, both in the U.S. and also abroad. So that first thing is we really do finally see light at the end of the tunnel to be able to get the rules of the road for us to then be able to play by. So that's the first one, is regulatory clarity is different than previous cycles. Second, I think as a result of the first, we have traditional financial institutions much more involved, much more engaged. I think BlackRock is a good example of that. And as a result, they are just bringing capital and expertise in ways that they haven't in previous cycles. Just an anecdote, even a year ago, a lot of the time it was Galaxy talking to traditional players saying, hey, you should start thinking about this technology as the future. Now, a lot of the time it's them reaching out to us saying, we're bought in. How do we attack this opportunity? What do we do to position ourselves not only in the short term, but in the long term, so that a decade from now, when the vast majority of our financial assets are on chain, what can we do to make sure that we win this transition? So that's kind of the two big things: regulation and institutions. I guess the last one I would hit on is also the technology is just that much more advanced since previous cycles. And while crypto has had its ups and downs, we've definitely seen a level of reliability this cycle that is unmatched compared to previous ones.
Yeah, I think Tom touched upon pretty much all the core points. I think I would add a few other things. So one is on the technology side. I feel like we should feel proud of ourselves in the industry, because no matter if it's a bull market or bear market, we always try to innovate. And I think during the last bear market, we spent a lot of resources, right, as an industry to innovate and improve not just the back end, like with innovators like Injective, to improve the specific, metrics as well as performance of blockchains that would allow tokenized products to really move fast and efficiently, but also the user experience, which is very important for us. If we want to attract millions or billions of users at some point, right, we need to have the best user experience possible. So I think both in the infrastructure side as well as in the UX and user experience side, we have improved quite a bit, and that has helped really like foster now the rise of tokenization. And I think the other point that I have noticed personally, I use something that is called the talent barometer on my site. I have realized that over the past couple of years, there has been a lot of very smart, not just the amount of people is important, but the smartness of the people involved in the space has grown significantly versus a few years ago. And even from the conversations, from the projects that have been going on, you can definitely feel that. And that has been really like putting ourselves at the position that we are right now, which is a very unique position to keep growing.
Man, these guys are too good. No, I think the causal chain that Thomas mentioned is the one that we're at least seeing the most or feeling the most. The regulatory clarity, I think, necessarily leads to then the institutional participation, leads to then the improved talent pool coming in, because this whole thing has been legitimized. You're not the finance guy that couldn't make it, and so you had to drop into crypto or something. That's not the narrative anymore. Now this is actually an exciting thing, and you see senior folks from banks and other institutions moving into the space full time. That clarity, I mean, look, we get a stablecoin act, we get a stablecoin wave in crypto. That's the thing that's been lacking in the space and delegitimizing the space. I think also we have this interesting trend where the grift in crypto is moving more transparent in a weird way. Like this whole meme coin wave is actually just like sucks some of the air out of the room for the more insidious scams and like bad fundraisers and whatnot. And kind of professionalize this space by creating this casino pool over here, and then separating that out from the rest of the assets. So they kind of did us a favor with that.
Yeah, and Paul, you just mentioned something that I want to ask you about, and that is talent, because with regulatory clarity, we're hearing about talent coming back to the US. So what do you actually see right now? And in terms of timeline for all of you, how do you see legislation actually unfolding, and how is that going to affect your respective organizations?
Yeah, I mean, I think just inclusive of talent, but also just the deals coming back to the US, right? We've had to block the US from accessing a lot of the best deals in crypto for the longest time, and that's not a service to the US citizens, that's a disservice. And so now seeing that access get improved, I think also, anywhere that talent is able to, get good economics, they're going to be drawn to. And now that they can do that and not fear whether their company is going to go under or whether there's going to be a flip in SEC, action against their company, and so their equity becomes worthless, it obviously encourages talent to come into the pool. Unfortunately, we also have the AI wave sucking a lot of talent, into that. But hopefully, these things will all converge in a nice way.
Yeah, in terms of talent, I would say that we have seen an immense interest in coming into the space, and in particular, top firms like ours, right, in the space. And the reality is that we've been growing a lot in terms of headcount, specifically at Anchorage, and we have also raised the bar in terms of the people that we want to hire, we want to interact with, and we have seen that bar being met right now. And so I think it's definitely an exciting moment there. And I would say on the regulatory side, we have a DNA of being quite compliant and regulated, right? Given our OCC for a chartered bank as well as the MAS regulated entity that we have in Singapore. And so I think the key aspect, in particular for tokenization, tokenization. I feel like the legislative framework is making improvements, but it's still a little bit behind versus other aspects of the digital asset space. I think what we need to do as industry leaders, keep talking and keep interacting with regulators to educate them a lot on what we are trying to do, what our clients, which are institutional clients or retail clients, want to do, and just grow the ecosystem with them and just have an open line of communication. I think that's critical for us to get things right.
Yeah, you guys nailed the talent aspect of it. I think on the regulatory side, I originally started on the Fed CBDC team, so definitely have that in my DNA of thinking through how we make sure that we create rules of the road that make sense and allow, you know, players like us on the stage and also people at this conference more broadly to be able to really grow the companies that they want. And I think, you know, stablecoin legislation we're very close on, and the Clarity Act I think still has a lot, you know, a lot of additional changes to be made, and so the timing there is a little bit more up in the air. That being said, once we, you know, have that, even for stablecoins, you can see the rush of cash that's already going in just to stables, right? So, and that's just one part of one asset class. And so once we get the clarity, I think we're not quite ready to realize the anticipation of what's going to happen. And I think in Silicon Valley, quite often people talk about how people overestimate what you get done in 2 years and underestimate what you get done in 10. And I think this industry is a perfect example where once we get the Clarity Act, I think things are going to move much faster than even we in the crypto space can anticipate, and so very much looking forward to that and positioning ourselves to be able to be, you know, at ground zero for that, to be able to leverage that.
Yeah, and absolutely. I think we'll all be keeping a close eye on the progress of these bills that you mentioned. And one other thing that I've noticed in 2025 is that you go to a lot of these events and you see senators as well as congresspeople and even mayors of cities. And that's something that you did not see in events many years ago. But I do want to move on to live deployments. So tell us what's working today.
I can definitely take that on first. I think what's working, and I gave an example before. What's working right now, in particular within the Anchorage ecosystem, is the ability for our clients to have a crypto native experience and achieve their goals depending on the different situations. One is definitely, I go back to the yield piece, right? Being able to generate yield on their digital assets on a safe and sound and fast and efficient manner. And that's what has been happening with Anchorage. So you can think of, for example, like a I would say traditional, let's call it like that, a traditional cash sweep platform in a bank, right? So you're receiving some cash in there and you would like to invest into a money market fund. It literally takes at least like a couple of days. You also need to call your banker or potentially interact with a poor UX app. And so we are definitely improving that quite a bit, and our clients, our institutional clients, are quite happy. So you don't have to call anyone. You use, you know, with a click of a button, you're able to sweep your cash in and out from tokenized instruments, and that's something that for us and for the institutional crowd has been working. One thing that is the next step is, okay, treasury, money market funds have been working. How can we add more tokenized products to platforms like ours to really diversify the exposure that our clients want to have?
In terms of, I guess, messages that are resonating, and then we have some implementations of it, but there are a lot of folks for whom the idea of having a broad base of aligned users owning and becoming owners has resonated very well. We're seeing this now in conversations with sports teams, with musicians, with filmmakers. They want the viewers of those films, their fans, involved in those things. They want the fans of these sports teams to have ownership in these things, and not in the kind of Green Bay Packers model where it's like iffy on whether you actually own anything, but real economic ownership. And that's dependent on tokenization as a mode and rails and infrastructure. So it doesn't have to be this, you know, forward thing, oh, you own a token of, you know, an NFL team, But you wouldn't be able to do these micro payouts on traditional banking rails just due to cost prohibition. And if we hadn't had the evolution in crypto through to lower gas fee L2s and all the kind of infrastructure that basically brings down the operational cost of doing this, it wouldn't be possible. And so if you want to have 1 million people receiving a daily dividend, that's just not something that the current rails can facilitate, but this can. And so if you want to have 1 million, 10 million, 100 million fans participating in something and actually owning it, this is the only way.
Yeah, I think on the Galaxy side, when we think about this question, we really focus on where's the demand today? Where do we see the demand going? Because I think in previous cycles, especially in tokenization, people have gotten really excited about tokenizing something, done it, and then woken up on day 2 and said, oh wait, is there demand here? Is there real interest here, right? And so what's really important for us is we want to say, okay, where do we see demand today? And as we kind of already mentioned, for stables, it's 3 main use cases: cross-border payments, overseas dollar access in emerging economies, and trading pairs for Bitcoin, Ethereum, and other digital assets, right? So stables, alive and well, they're off to the races. Money market funds, you get the risk-free rate on chain for crypto-native players today, but in the longer term, also more and more traditional players we see will begin to use tokenized money market funds because they're available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, right? So those two we've really seen demand for, and now, at least at Galaxy, we're really focusing on different types of structured products and on-chain debt, where today's structures can be very inefficient and comparatively expensive, and they lack transparency. And those 3 things are like, a dream for blockchain, because you get that instant settlement, you get that clarity, you get that transparency, and it just unlocks a whole different wave of different assets that you can issue and then use in a secondary marketplace.
Yeah, and very quickly before we move on, I think data is so important here when we're talking about what's working. So tell us a little bit about volume, on-chain activity, when you're talking about what's actually working here.
Yeah, so I think it is very much asset dependent, region dependent, and user dependent, right? So far and away, the most use that you see, and this won't surprise anyone, is stables, just because they're so widely used. I think money market funds still to this day are used by mainly crypto native players just to get access to the risk-free rate instead of foregoing the 4% by holding stablecoins. I think as we begin to tokenize other funds and other structured products, we'll begin to see those secondary marketplaces and the movement, but that's still comparatively early, but stablecoins really still dominate in terms of actual on-chain movement.
Yeah, and I think definitely another type of asset that we have seen over the years people have tried to tokenize is private credit. And I think we have seen at this stage, like in the terms of multiple digit, it varies obviously, but we're talking definitely about multiple digit billions in market cap of private credit being tokenized. And I think the main, I would say, inefficiency of the private credit market, which obviously in the traditional world has been flourishing in the last few years, is liquidity, right? And I think one point that it's important to stress here is that the ability to have a token accessible and transferable that represent, say, a private credit on-chain is extremely important because it allows an enhancement of liquidity that the private credit market kind of lacks at this moment, given a little bit of the archaic infrastructure and the way the private market works. And so that is a very important, I would say, and we're still in the early innings, a very important evolution of how to leverage tokenization to enhance liquidity of a product.
Yeah, and just I think, yeah, following on to that, that being true, it also, I think we've seen failed tokenizations of real-world assets where the assumption was if you tokenize, you get liquidity. And that's also not the case. You still need interest in that asset. Just because you get a hotel and represent ownership in it as a token doesn't necessarily mean that people actually want to own a hotel. And just making it crypto doesn't mean that crypto people want it either. But we are seeing that shift, the way that people don't want to move their money out of crypto. We've created this financial system that people would like to stay captive to willingly. And as such, some of these assets need to be bridged over and made available when there is that demand. But to your guys' points, I mean, private credit and treasuries and stables are by far the dominant category, and I think a sensible waterfall. They're probably the easiest ones to map onto. They have the least weirdness to them, weird behavior to them, and the assets that we're focusing on are ones that are generally liquid and have a lot more nuance to their transferability and all of that needs to be worked through and resolved, and so it necessarily is a more emerging kind of component of the RWA space.
Yeah, and I think at this point it would be really helpful to talk about features when we're talking about programmable assets. So give us an understanding of what institutional demand looks like when it comes to these features.
Yeah, I think when I think of kind of features and actually programming different tokens to make sure that we add that additional utility is, for example, in a pool of loans, to make sure that you can work through so that all the coupons and waterfall payments just happen automatically, which is so much more efficient. And then on the other side, right, where on the liability side, to work to also have that fully automated on chain. And so those features built directly into the tokens are just an example of you no longer have to have multiple intermediaries and all these different counterparties where there's additional risk. You just have it all built into the token itself. And that kind of token design highlights that I think one of the things that we're noticing in 25 is we're shifting from technology and tokenization for tokenization's sake because of the tech, and more what is the clear utility of that technology, which is one of the key things that we're really working to push forward at Galaxy.
I think he said it perfectly, so I'm not going to add other examples of programmability, but I think one important component is that the institutional crowds needs the right education about programmability of tokenized products, because they're used to something different. They are potentially trusting less something that is programmable and something that is coded because it doesn't have human intervention, which for us is like should be the opposite, right? Exactly, but that is important. So there is a component that we're working on programmability, really to educate the institutional crowd to make them comfortable. Otherwise, it could be an element that can be scary for them.
And I think for the assets that I'm most familiar with, the building in of compliance features into something that's portable, this world that we currently live in, where you're re-uploading your driver ID and your social security number, all of which, by the way, have been leaked 8 times over to verify your identity, and then that website stores that data separately, leaks it later anyway. And the restrictions that occur have human intermediaries basically involved, where you need to get a lawyer to review the docs to see if you can actually do the transfer. I mean, all of these things just add so much friction, and that friction necessarily limits liquidity on assets that are already highly liquid. That just kills it entirely. So to the extent that we can move towards removing those friction points with building that into the asset itself, or building standards on which there's an automation to this, we get to higher liquidity by necessity on all of these less liquid assets.
Yeah, and Paul, just based on what you just said, I think it would be helpful to get an understanding of some of the gaps in terms of both maturity and the ecosystem. So what do you think needs to happen?
I think, on the KYC AML front, I think it has to shift to biometrics. There's no other kind of way. There's already a shift to improving authentication systems, but ultimately a liveness check and a real biometric check is the only way. We've processed, both at Republic and Cowan, was probably like 15 million KYCs, and I can't tell you how many fake IDs, clearly mismatching people get passed through these various KYC providers. So I think that's just one flawed piece. And then continued regulatory clarity, continued institutional adoption, and healthy institutional adoption, not just using this as a means of offloading bad assets into crypto land, but actually working with the space to improve the product offering that they're giving.
I think from my perspective, one inefficiency and potential gap that I've definitely experienced, and our clients experience it firsthand, is the transferability of some of these tokens, right? Why? So it's a lot of this, what are considered tokenized securities, can only be transferred on chain to whitelisted addresses. A whitelisted address means that they're addressed owned by people, institutions that have been KYC'd ML. What it means is that limitation of transferability limits also the liquidity of the product, and the usage and the comfort of the product. And therefore, I would say once we get, and that's very correlated obviously with the regulatory environment, once we get more regulatory clarity around tokenization, I feel like the transferability limitation gap that there is right now will be filled quite well. So it's just a matter of time. But right now, it's been experienced by probably all of us.
Yeah, the only thing I would add there is the combination of education and trust that we also still need to continue to work through. To your point earlier, you highlighted that so much of this is still just educating the TradFi players in the space because, you know, we may know blockchain super well, but if we can't communicate that in a way that makes sense to the traditional players to say, yes, this does actually cut costs, this does boost revenue in X, Y, and Z ways, and by the way, we can prove that, that from a risk perspective, it's actually safer, that is kind of the key unlock that we have on the education side. So I think from that perspective, that's really the only thing I would add there. Very excited for what's coming next.
Yeah, so since you mentioned TradFi, I do want to get to institutional readiness here and some of the barriers to adoption. So what do you think are some potential solutions?
I mean, I think on the education point, it is events like this. It is truly just getting more and more people to come together and recognize the potential of this technology. And of course, regulatory clarity. I think those are the two that come to mind, but I'm curious what you two also think as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think, and we have some partnerships with institutional folks that are you know, tokenizing their funds, and I think, you know, working with Galaxy in a variety of ways to try and keep moving that ball forward. I think the ones that have gotten it so far are the ones that see this as an inevitability of the future of finance, and then there's the other group. And so it's really, I think education is one way. I mean, finding that one person that's senior enough and convicted on this, or who sees that one use case that all of a sudden kind of opens the door to that rabbit hole for them. I think it's, you know, we got to go like one by one and just get these folks on board. And I think we're already starting to hit a point where there might be enough critical mass with enough large players that this is, you know, this is an inevitability, and we just need that snowball to keep rolling.
Yeah, and I'm excited to get to this question since we laid the foundation. What do you think the future of programmable real-world assets will actually look like here?
One thing that I'm really looking forward to is when I'm on these panels and I don't have to talk about tokenized debt anymore. I can just talk about debt, because everything on the back end is tokenized and no one knows or cares, and they just recognize that it's better, faster, cheaper. That's a long way off, but I think to me that's one thing that I do want to highlight, is for this technology to fall into the background just like encryption did for the back end of the internet. No one thinks about how the internet works, it just does, and that's kind of the goal that we want to get to.
I can tell you what I'm extremely excited about this year. I think it's always hard to project too far away in the digital asset world, but I would say tokenized stocks, so tokenized financial instruments, particularly tokenized stocks, is something that I think it's going to be extremely exciting. And I'm imagining, you know, my dad is in Italy, in Europe, and you might think, okay, it's a developed country, it's easy to get access to a US security. It's not that easy, right? Or my friends in Argentina, they want to invest in, you know, Tesla, Apple, whatever. That is going to be the best way for them to do it. One click, they need an internet connection and a user interface, and that's it. So that's going to be extremely exciting. And in the future, that should be and will be the norm.
Yeah, I think to cap it off, improved access, improved liquidity, and a uniformity of user experience, because the whole process of tokenization is the normalization of all of these assets onto a single technical layer, a single API effectively. And that means you don't have a separate trading interface that's on, you know, NASDAQ and then CME and everywhere else. And if you wanted to trade Forex, you have to go over there, and it all has its own properties. There's one uniform representation of all of these things that might be different in their own ways. There are standards around it, and that allows for a much more consistent experience, and it allows for much more liquidity around those assets.
And with any investable asset, I do have to ask about risks. And I know each and every one of you have a unique perspective. So what would you say are some risks that people need to keep in mind?
I don't even know where to start. I think at the end of the day, what's wonderful about this, about, you know, what we're all trying to do here, is transparency. the whole point here is you want to make sure that when you go out and seek that return, that you have full clarity on what that risk looks like. And so that's really one of the goals that we have is whenever we're looking at an investment, whenever we're working with a client to be able to, achieve the investment goals that they have, the number one thing we're focusing on is safety and risk. And so that is core to the way that we approach things, and tailoring that with the returns, especially in an industry known for its volatility, as crypto is a key thing that we're focused on at Galaxy.
I would say really briefly, we all probably have scars from a few events that have happened in the past few years in crypto, but definitely counterparty risk to me is a risk. And so it's important that the best players in this place, in particular the leaders like us, do the best to make sure that in particular at the beginning, this growth phase, all the projects that we work on are safe and sound, and we make sure that we are successful at it, because being successful means that we are really laying the foundations for this industry to grow. Otherwise, the foundation, if they are shaky, I don't think we can grow as much as we would like.
Yeah, agreed. I mean, transparency, clear disclosure. I think people should be able to gamble where when they know they're gambling. The issue with crypto is it was not obvious at all times that people are actually just at the casino. Meme coins, as we mentioned before, helped clarify this, but there's plenty of examples of this throughout crypto. In the ICO boom, there was plenty of examples of this. We have this in our history. I think increasingly the risk for U.S. folks has been the risk of missing out on a lot of the best deals and having adverse selection, in terms of their access to deals. So there is the risk component of avoiding the scams, avoiding the fraud. There's also the risk of are you being blocked out of good opportunities by virtue of poor regulation or lack of regulation, which now I think we're correcting for, and we're seeing deals move back to the U.S. and they're doing so with an intent to comply because it's possible to do so, which previous regulators may not have made super easy.
And finally, we are in our last 5 minutes of our conversation today, so I will leave it up to you whether you want to answer one myth you'd like to dispel, and what's one thing our audience should remember when it comes to programmable RWAs? So your choice.
I was going to say the myth of liquidity, that I think, especially when people see, oh, you run tokenization at Galaxy, do you just tokenize everything? And I'm like, no. I do not want to. I want to tokenize today what makes sense and tomorrow what makes sense. And we want to meet the market where it is and lead it and help generate that demand. So I think that's the key myth that I would focus on.
I don't want to quote directly, I would say the CEO of the largest asset manager in the world, but tokenization, it's really the future of finance. And I think we're all here in the digital assets ecosystem to really create that new future of finance, and tokenization is a key part of it.
Yeah, I think adding on to that you don't have to think of this in the same bucket as all of the rest of crypto. There is a technical framework that has been built up that has supported all of the things that are happening in crypto, and you can treat that independently of, whatever crypto boom and bust cycle might be occurring, because the technology is still the technology. The same way that, the internet has its protocols for transferring files and connecting you to the websites you want to see. This is a mechanism of doing the same for finance, connecting you to the assets that you want to see and allowing for the, interaction with them. And doing so in a stabilized and standardized way, so that it doesn't have to be tied into whatever whether you like crypto or not. I assume if you're here, you probably do. If you like technology, this is it.
Well, gentlemen, we are out of time, so thank you so much for joining me today, and thank you so much for sharing your insights and all of your expertise with the audience.
Thank you, Remy. Thank you, everyone.
Alrighty, well that was a fun one. Now we will head into our next panel, which is quite exciting. We have some of the most high esteemed, and most esteemed colleagues from the traditional finance world joining us that are kind of trailblazing into the world of crypto. So this panel will dive deep into the trends and tech shaping our broader blockchain space. Moderating is Michael, head of DeFi at Galaxy Digital, and he will introduce his two panelists. Very excited to have them. Let's give them a very warm welcome.
Hello, everyone. All right. So I got a good panel today. I'd like to introduce Grace Chao. She is the head of digital assets at Citi, and Dan Chen, who is CFO of Gemini. So the topic of today is going to be a little bit, it's supposed to be the great migration of traditional finance on-chain, but we're going to take it a little bit in a direction of what exactly are these two working on and what are they interested in. To introduce myself, my name is Michael Mark Antonio. I'm the head of DeFi at Galaxy Digital. My background is I actually spent most of my career as a lawyer. So I was a lawyer both in private practice and at Galaxy. I started a company a few years back. It was a DeFi company before I was at Galaxy. And I brought that to Galaxy, and I've been head of DeFi there. And so I look at things from a regulatory perspective as a lawyer, but also, obviously, I run a technology group, and so we're focused very much on the technology as well. And so let me just take a second for both of the panelists to introduce themselves. Would you like to say a few things?
Sure. Hi, everyone. Very glad to be here today. As Mike mentioned, I work at Citi. Citi is a GSIB, a global systemically important bank. We have over 220,000 employees around the world. We serve clients in almost 180 countries. We have a physical presence in about 90 countries. I'm a member of the Markets Digital Assets team at Citi. Citi has digital asset professionals kind of dispersed throughout our business lines. So I work on use cases for our sales and trading businesses. We also have dedicated digital asset professionals for our treasury and trade solutions business, our security services business, as well as wealth management. Personally, I joined this crypto space about 2.5 years ago, joining Citi's digital assets team. Previously, I had spent a decade and a half in TradFi, starting my career at Lehman Brothers and Morgan Stanley, and then later on a boutique consulting firm doing derivatives and structured products. And then directly before kind of falling into the rabbit hole and studying and learning about the kind of the potential really of crypto, I had done my own Web2 startup. But in 2021, when I read this kind of amazing textbook about Bitcoin and blockchain and cryptocurrencies, I decided, wow, this is a space that could really transform our global financial system. And I wanted to kind of join the space to help kind of move it forward. So that's my background.
Awesome. Thanks, Grace. Hi, folks. I'm Dan. I help lead the finance team at Gemini. As hopefully all of you know, Gemini was founded over 10 years ago by Cameron and Tyler Winklevoss. It is one of the most stable, most established cryptocurrency exchanges here. Really proud to be part of that. We serve customers in over 60 countries. And it's been an interesting journey coming to this point. I got my first taste of crypto back in 2017 when I was a treasurer of Cross River. And Cross River was one of the few banking-as-a-service banks that worked with crypto companies. And I got to see that phase of growth when crypto hit 10,000 and people said it'll never get there again when it sold off. And the real believers, I think, have been able to prove that it's been something real. It's been something that's really established and has a lot of room to grow from here. Similar to Grace, my background is primarily in traditional finance. I spent a number of years at Morgan Stanley, Goldman Sachs, and MetLife. And then most recently, before I joined Gemini, I led capital markets and bank partnerships at a firm which is the fintech founded by Max Levchin. But really excited to be here today, excited for the conversation with Mike and Grace.
Great. Let me just get a sense from the audience, like how many of you guys come from the crypto native side versus like the institutional side? Can I just get a sense like crypto native, like a show of hands? Okay, and then institutional, like because I think institutional, their involvement in crypto and in digital assets, blockchains, is shrouded in a lot of secrecy by definition, right? Big institutions tend to be more regulated, and therefore they have to be a little bit less open about what their plans are in the future. But it's super interesting because while the current crypto market, current digital assets market is, a couple trillion, you just compare it to any other financial market, whether that is, public equities, hundreds of trillions of dollars, bond market dwarfs the public equities market. So, I mean, derivatives market is is bigger than both of them. And so how I've always thought about digital assets is I've looked at it largely from the crypto native side. I've tried to get on the forefront of innovations and technology. But with the assumption that the big institutions will one day get into this space, and this will not be a $2-3 trillion market. It will be a $200-400 trillion market. And so it was a little interesting over the last 6 months, to say the least, that we started to see movement from big institutions. But that wasn't always the case. During the previous 4 years, we saw a lot of a lot of regulatory issues. There was a lot of issues with big institutions joining the crypto market. So I guess, Grace and Dan, like, what have you noticed over the last 6 months, and compared to the previous 4 years, in terms of how the regulatory posture has shifted, if it has shifted at all, and to what extent has that, how has that changed your guys' businesses within your respective firms?
Sure, I'm happy to start off. So certainly there's been just the sea change in the regulatory environment over the last 6 months since the new administration came onto the scene. Previously, there were just a lot of guidance from the regulators that made it really challenging for banks specifically to innovate. I can give 3 examples. One, there was SAB 121. So this is accounting guidance from the SEC, which basically said that if banks were to custody digital assets for clients, then they would need to put those digital assets on its balance sheet, which effectively makes it just prohibitively expensive for banks to offer this service.
Can I just ask, why is that exactly? Is that because you have to have a certain amount of capital free? Yeah.
Exactly, yeah. So the capital requirements will make it, essentially doesn't make sense for banks to offer the service. Secondly, there was a joint agency statement that was put out in January of 23, where our prudential regulators, so the Fed, OCC, and FDIC, suggested that if banks were to kind of issue or hold assets on public chains, that was highly likely to be inconsistent with safe and sound banking practices. So again, very unhelpful in terms of that the work that we were doing in the space. And then thirdly, there were also just interpretive letters, supervisor letters that indicated that were we to launch crypto products, we would need to notify and then get non-objection from our regulators. So all of this now has been rescinded. So it's a completely different environment now.
That's great to hear. Dan, the Winklevi have been particularly outspoken on these issues over the last couple of years. The regulatory, regulation by enforcement, they've been particularly outspoken. What was it like being at Gemini during that time?
Yeah, well, I can't claim credit for having seen all that. I can say that as we think about what they demonstrated in their commitment to the ecosystem and the exchange, it was substantial. And I think as we think about what was done to make customers whole, what was done to continue to build that platform during a difficult period of time, like that has stood that test, and I think that's meant a lot to our customers, and hopefully will mean that it's meaningful to others that we want to go to. But I think Grace's answer was fantastic. I mean, you can think almost of the space as a bifurcation between incumbents and insurgents. And when there isn't regulatory clarity, no incumbent is going to move into something that doesn't have that clarity. Like, there's no way that a CEO, a board of directors, or a management team will go into a surface area, into a business, regardless of the opportunity, if it means that you fall afoul of your regulators and you jeopardize everything you've spent decades, centuries building. On the insurgent side, if there's a true lack of regulatory clarity, you're going to spend your capital raise on lawyers' fees, no offense to lawyers. And you're going to spend all your time having memos written on why you can do what you think you can do, and then maybe finding out that some of it is or is not acceptable. And I'd like to actually think that for regulators, that's not attractive either. Like, regulators want to protect society. They want to use an approach and a framework that works. And when they don't have that clarity themselves, that's a very difficult proposition.
Right. Yeah, I can speak from Galaxy's perspective. We actually were sort of forced offshore. So, we're headquartered in New York. We wanted to go public. We actually tried to go public for like the last 4 years. And at the beginning, we said, all right, we're not going to be able to go public right now in the US. Let's just go public on the TSX under Canadian law. So we were on the TSX for the last couple of years, and over the last 2 months, back in May, we finally got approved to be on the NASDAQ. And so we were uplisted to the NASDAQ. And then we moved back to the United States, technically or officially. But the regulatory posture of the time was very, I think, detrimental to building businesses in the United States. And it feels like now that we are a public company on the NASDAQ, we have access to more liquidity, we have access to more capital, and we have just a much better regulatory environment. So it's really quite exciting. It seems like, from my perspective, there's been, what you guys are saying, especially Grace, like there's been a big change over the last 6 months. What more needs to happen? Like, what do you think? Is it the Clarity Act? We just got the Genius Act passed. What are sort of are there any other big bottlenecks right now for adoption for big institutions?
Well, I think on the regulatory front, things, there's been a lot of positive developments, right? The legislation, while they haven't passed yet, and we're still, that it needs to pass in order for any change to be durable. But there's been just very encouraging kind of steps that have been taken. Beyond that, there's agencies trying to come out and give clarity on lots of different subjects. They're trying to engage in more conversations with industry, so all that's been really great. I think in terms of what needs to move us forward, it's just, it's in a way, I think innovation isn't easy, so it's just a matter of keeping at it. Right. And it's the everyday work. You got people to educate internally and externally, and you need to figure out the nitty gritty of the details of getting a project launched.
Right. Yeah. So I think, assuming the regulatory climate is a little bit better right now, that's opened up a lot of opportunity for your businesses to really move forward and to pursue new areas. Can you tell me a little bit about what you guys are working on right now that is exciting to you?
Yeah, I can kick it off. Like, one thing that we've had out for a number of years that we're quite proud of is our Gemini credit card, right? It's fairly innocuous. It could just sit in your wallet, and it's usable like any other premier MasterCard would be. But it's a free credit card that we offer customers. It comes with an account on our exchange. And we think it provides people who are both crypto native, who foundationally want to earn crypto instead of earning miles, and those who aren't yet deep into crypto but maybe would like to understand it better. It provides an on-ramp for both. And I think that's an important element of how you think about the future of digital assets. It's really about meeting consumers where they are and really minimizing the barriers for them to understanding the product and seeing the vision of what's out there. I mean, back to what Grace mentioned earlier, it's great that we have these elements of regulatory clarity coming. There's more to do. But now I think it's the hard part. Now's the moment where everyone in this room has to come up with the concepts, the ideas, the products, the use cases that make it relevant, right? So now that the gates are open and you can actually go out and build things, I think this is where the kind of rubber hits the road and we have to prove it out.
Grace, I know that you had mentioned, to me at least, tokenized deposits is a thing that you guys are really focused on and working on. Anything you could tell us about that? That's really interesting to me. I actually don't know that much about tokenized deposits, and maybe members of the audience don't know either.
Sure, yeah. So tokenized deposits is actually a product that we have commercialized already. So we, it's called Citi Token Services for Cash. And then we have a related product as well, Citi Token Services for Trade. And what tokenized deposit is essentially a digital representation of funds in the bank account on the blockchain. And so it is, kind of like a stable coin. It is a form of tokenized fiat, tokenized cash. But what's different about it is that stable coins are kind of fully reserved with highly liquid assets, whereas tokenized deposits are backed by the balance sheet of the bank. But they both are, a payment, could be used as a payment instrument. And for us, the reason we launched this is because our clients, would like more convenient ways to effect cross-border payments. And so, namely, that is to say, they want to be able to send payments 24/7 on weekends and holidays, which is, is something that is enabled, through our tokenized deposit product. And then the token services for trade aspect of it is this idea that we would leverage a programmability of tokenized deposits, and then we can have conditional and automated payments. So some payment could be put into an escrow account. There could be some trigger event that then automatically releases the payment to the recipient. So that product we have piloted with actually a shipping company related to kind of canal services, can automatic release once the services have been deployed. So. Yeah, that is.
Do you send the tokenized deposit representation? Do you send that between Citi branches globally? Is that, or is it also between other banks?
It is within Citi, and so right now the corridors which we have open are Singapore, New York, London, and Hong Kong, and the plan is to continue to build upon that, open more corridors and more currencies as well. Currently, it's for USD payments.
Interesting. And have you noticed an efficiency gain with this product versus what you would normally do when you're sending payments or sending cross-border payments?
Yeah, it really comes down to that ability to send payments anytime and to have that happen, in near real time. So
that's very interesting. I mean, we've all experienced, sending USDC or USDT, and it's like lightning fast. And if you try to do that across border, it would be very expensive and it would probably not work as well, right? To say the least. Most providers probably don't allow that as easily as you can send a Venmo. So the fact that USDC, tokenized, tokenized dollars, stable coins, the fact that that has a killer use case already, I think is actually really, really exciting. Talk to me about some other tokenized products you're working on, though, Grace. Like maybe tokenized bonds, money market funds. Like what else are you guys working on?
Sure. Yeah. So we have kind of worked on all those assets. So tokenized bonds. I can give two examples. We did a project with a fractional bond exchange called Bond Blocks. So what happened was they would tokenize full-size bonds onto a blockchain and then fractionalize them. And so then you can offer these bonds out in smaller denominations. So we were a digital custodian for this project. We have also worked with the Euroclear on their digital FMI platform to issue and also help with primary and secondary trading of digitally native notes. So meaning these bonds come to life in a digital format, whereas previously under the traditional approach, they would come to life in a physical paper form. And so these are two things we've done on the bond side. On the fund side, we have done POCs, so kind of experiments involving private funds that get tokenized, and we've experimented with smart contract capability and being able to use that as a loan against something. We've looked at tokenizing money market funds in connection with an FX swap to enable kind of deployment of transfer of currency risk while being deployed into a money market fund. And we also just most recently announced, and this would be real value transaction with the Swiss Digital Exchange. So this is tokenizing pre-IPO equity onto their blockchain.
Wow. What blockchain is that?
The Swiss Digital Exchange is private chain.
Very cool. I guess that leads me to a big question in my mind, which is, it sounds like a lot of these things are extremely exciting. I mean, I've always thought like, man, Galaxy should do tokenized bonds, but like in order to do that, you need to know a lot about bonds. You have to structure these things, and a lot of the expertise on bonds like sits in banks like Citi. So it's like a perfect sort of opportunity for Citi to really lead on that, and I think there's a ton of opportunity there. But so it sounds like most of this is happening right now intra-Citi, like on a private blockchain that Citi controls and owns. Is that right?
Our tokenized deposits are on our private chain.
Right.
That's right.
And for the audience, what is sort of the opportunity for third parties to provide services to a private blockchain like Citi? Like, the beauty of public blockchains, right, is anyone can build on them. So you hear about an opportunity on a public blockchain, anyone in this room can build something and potentially add value. How can we get private blockchains to that place? Or is it almost by definition not supposed to be like that, right? We really want Citi just to control it, and every other bank that launches their own private blockchain to control the blockchain, their respective blockchains.
Well, I mean, that's an interesting question. I think at Gemini, we try to be agnostic about any specific token, any specific blockchain. Like, our goal is to work with as many different platforms as possible. So if there's a roadmap to work with private blockchains, and we are a constructive participant in that community as an on-ramp, as an off-ramp, as a partner in some shape, that's great. Like, we are open and thoughtful about that. Like, we want to be an on-ramp for customers, whether they're deep crypto native or new to the space, to participate in the space. And we want to meet our customers where they are and bring them projects and blockchains that they can grow with. For us, it's not necessarily about whether, picking a winner in one space or the other. Like, that's not our primary goal.
Grace, what about like the public versus private blockchain debate, right? Like, it was a hot topic 2 years ago. During the Biden years, private blockchains seemed to make a lot more sense. They seemed to be something that big institutions that were heavily regulated could actually engage in. Largely because a private blockchain can control things like KYC and AML and a host of other things. Over the last 6 months or so, you've heard BlackRock, you've heard a bunch of other big institutions, JP Morgan, say actually we're really more focused on public blockchains. What are your thoughts on the debate, and do you have any views on this?
I mean, I see a world where both types of chains exist. I mean, there are a lot of people working on kind of both types, a lot of use cases, a lot of kind of activity happening on both types of chains. And there's also a lot of people working to interoperate, like make these chains interoperable. And so, I see it as, we have the public internet, but we will have private intranets as well. I think it's the case for blockchains too.
Maybe bring that question back to you, Mike. What are your thoughts on the distinctions between those two spaces and where you see Galaxy or where you see the future going?
So I think private blockchains have a role to play as a bridge to ultimately a more robust public global financial system that runs on public blockchain markets. The reason, though, is because I don't know if any one player, whether they're Citibank or Goldman Sachs or Bank of New York Mellon or Facebook or Meta or Google, any big institution can match the speed and scale and efficiency of a decentralized network of builders building on a public blockchain. I just don't think that any one group can match them and compete with that. The scale of innovation that happens on things like Solana or Sui or Monad or Ethereum, right? Like it happens so fast because it's not one party building. So we have always been more bullish and focused on the public blockchain markets. But I do think there's definitely a role for private permission blockchains. And we would like to play in both. And we think that it's going to look a lot like what Grace had said with interoperability between the two. But, private blockchains suffer from liquidity fragmentation. You have a private blockchain, you have to port liquidity over to it from presumably public blockchains. That liquidity fragmentation is something that digital assets and crypto was meant to kind of solve. And when you fragment it across different blockchains, it could arise certain issues and less liquidity. So, but I'm very interested in both. I think for big institutions, I think one thing that would be really helpful is a little bit more openness, not openness, but a little bit more clarity on the role that builders can play in private blockchains, if there are any. Like, if Citi is just, or any big financial institution is going to run their own private blockchain, how can third-party builders interact with that, work on it, contribute? So that's sort of our perspective on it. But we're coming down on time here. There's so much we could talk about. There's so many different topics. I guess one of the things that is what is going to happen over the next 6 months, year? What are the big philosophical shifts, if any, that are going to take place? Where is the market headed? What should we be excited about? I'll just start with me. I do think that we're going to start seeing more tokenized securities, and we're really excited about this. And then the question is going to be, can public blockchains actually move public securities, public tokenized securities, in a way, and trade them in a way that makes them comparable to the traditional securities rails? Like, said another way, could Solana be as effective at trading Tesla as the NASDAQ? If it can, I think there's a huge opportunity because you have a global financial system and you've got a ton of capital all around the world that doesn't have readily available access to the NASDAQ. If it can't do that, then it's always going to be lagging behind and it's probably not going to attract much liquidity. So that's what I'm really interested about. I guess just let's go, Grace and then Dan, like, what are you guys excited about in this space over the next couple of months and into the future?
I'm just excited to see this space just develop. I mean, I think within tokenization, the first tokenization occurred in 2017. So this has been going on for 8 years. And I think it's just, for me, I don't think it's a matter of if, it's just when, right? So I'm excited to see things accelerate. And for, hopefully that we will have true digital bearer instruments on chain, and that there will be real liquidity that has formed around them. And to your point that, the fragmentation issue is solved, and that you can create real robust marketplaces for these assets.
Yeah, maybe I'll combine a little bit of like a comment each of you made that I think is quite interesting. Tokenization of securities, of bonds, of deposits, all kinds of financial assets, super interesting, right? On the public versus private blockchain idea, if a public blockchain does bring transparency, it in theory also comes with liquidity and depth of market. So there's some interesting kind of overlaps in what each of those create. I think that's very exciting. There are obviously a lot of things happening with prediction markets as well, but these weren't things that I think we broadly saw 2 or 3 years ago as an expectation for where 2025 would be. So what I'm really excited about is what will 2028 look like? Like, if we keep thinking of things in 3 to 4 year cycles, and we are in a mode where people are starting to build new things again, then I think we just want to continue to be a platform that people can bolt exciting ideas on and really partner with them to scale.
That's such a good point. Yeah, I mean, you could look at a year, 6 months ahead, but really 4 years from now. I mean, 4 years ago, I don't think anyone really envisioned the scale of innovation that is happening. I don't think anyone would have thought that Circle would IPO and it would just be an absolute rocket ship, right? I don't think anyone could ever imagine, or maybe some did, but that, or maybe we're behind schedule, I'm not actually sure, but like thinking about that, the Congress would be passing something like the Genius Act, right? There's so many different innovations happening. And I do see that, like, Injective, for example, like, this is sort of a laboratory of what is possible, right? So, like, let me give one example. Right now, there's exchanges, I believe Injective is one of them, but like Hyperliquid, that prioritizes market makers' cancels over taker orders. And actually, in TradFi, they tried to do this in a bunch of exchanges, and the regulators blocked it because the regulators were called up by the takers, by proprietary funds and proprietary prop trading firms that were making money off of the fact that they were faster at taking liquidity than makers were in canceling liquidity, and they blocked that. Now, what's cool about crypto is that we can push that forward. We could actually design markets that are different and more agile and experiment with new things. And those new things could be a sea change of improvement, or they could not. But if they are, that gives the traditional financial markets a big blueprint on how to evolve the traditional markets. And over time, with evolutions to blockchain markets and digital assets, you might see actually parity between TradFi and DeFi. So I think we're out of time. I appreciate you both. This was great, and please, I'll be hanging around for a while. So please, feel free to stop me and chat. Thank you so much.
Hear me? Alrighty, guys, we've been sitting here listening to some of the best and brightest blockchain experts all day. But blockchain isn't just built for the experts, it's built for everybody. And with that being the case, I couldn't be more than excited to introduce TJ Miller, or as I know him, Erlich Bachman, for a fireside to share his perspective on Injective and how the blockchain industry can reach the masses at scale. Leading the conversation is Jared Wynn, managing partner. Welcome them both to the stage.
Hello, everyone. Come on up.
Hello, everyone.
So they call me a moderator, but let's just be real. Like, this is not a moderating situation. We'll do our best to stay on point.
Sure.
Erlich.
How is everybody? Fun injective? Let's inject some energy into the room, you guys. There it is. This is great. It's been pretty dry. It's all great speakers, but a lot of it has sort of been at this level. So we're trying to bring it up a notch.
So TJ, we're going to dive into quite a few things. You've had a diverse career. You've gone through, I feel like you're one of the few people that can relate to not only what blockchain technology is, but also really understand what the entertainment industry is and what some preventative measures are. So in this chat, really, I just want to kind of pick your brain and pull out some of that knowledge of like deficiencies and anything else there. But I think you're probably going to lead in that. So yeah. Let's start it this way. Where you were one of the coronials, right? The coronials, like COVID is when like you dove down the rabbit hole. What drew you to this industry?
Well, I did a show called Silicon Valley. I don't know if you guys have seen it, but it's it kind of makes fun of you, you know? It's sort of the vibe to that. But yeah, we met the Winklevoss twins. The CFO, I think, was just of Gemini. So I met them on set, and later we ran into them, and we had dinner with them, and I think it was Tyler, maybe it was Cameron. It was probably Tyler, but I think it was
How do you
Cameron.
know which one?
There's a lot of tells. But, you know, they said, look, we're working in this thing, Bitcoin. And I said, I've heard of it. And they said, well, you should check it out. And so when they say that, I checked it out. And nobody really orange-pilled me. I just fell down the rabbit hole. And so Bitcoin was my first sort of like interaction with the blockchain and learning about blockchain. And I wasn't able to perform during the pandemic for about 7 months. And then I went back to work in Florida where they do not give a shit. And And so during that time when I wasn't working, I just gave myself like, you know, a master's in blockchain technology and Bitcoin. And as I learned about it, I started to realize how like magical the technology was, but also how it can be applicable in the entertainment industry. And so yeah, that's how all this started. And now I'm an Injective. You guys, isn't this amazing? There's only one bathroom.
That's how it happened.
I think that's so cool.
Well, it's amazing.
We're in a bank.
It is like a bank.
We think.
It's kind of irony, right? It looks like one. Nonetheless, so you dove down the rabbit hole during COVID. You red pilled. You got the Bitcoin injection, right?
Yes.
Not to be a pun. So what made you feel that this was the future, and where do you think the gap is in terms of just the entertainment industry being able to understand it?
Well, that was when I started realizing I wanted to get involved with. I hosted the main stage at Bitcoin Nashville and then spoke in Vegas. And I started to look around and realize there was nobody in Hollywood or sort of in my realm that cared about any of this. No one spoke about it. Nobody's interested in it. Certainly nobody is passionate about it, which I'm very passionate about it. And so I started to think about cultural adoption. So one of the things that everybody in here has noticed is when they talk about what they do at like a party or with their family, everybody's eyes is like they glaze over and they don't want to talk to you anymore because they just don't understand it and they don't care about it. And so I think a lot about trying to explain blockchain and just decentralize that concept in general and how to make that more palatable and make it possible for people to understand it and be open to learning about it. Because one problem is I tell people that to understand or learn about Bitcoin or blockchain, you need about 50 hours of study. And it's really hard to get people to study after they've graduated. So it's important for me to figure out how to take an hour or a couple hours to explain something and have people go, that's really interesting. I'd like to learn more about it.
Would you say that it was an easy adoption?
Got great hair.
Well, thank you. I think there's similarities.
We don't talk about it enough, you know? Look at that hair. This guy's got great hair.
It's the Ehrlich Bachman hair.
Yeah, it is.
It is. It is.
He looks like a real-life Ehrlich Bachman, doesn't he? Kind of? I mean, he's not high
It's not
right
a terrible
now,
thing.
yeah.
You know, I'll take it.
Yeah.
Easily the funniest character in the show, so it's a good testament.
Thanks.
So when you got into this, and what do you feel when you're going through this and explaining this to somebody? You said it perfectly. People's eyes glaze over, right? Yeah. So you have a very like your community, your fan base trusts you tremendously. So how do you find the in-between, and how do you find the value in saying this is a technology that's going to change the world without making it feel like you're shilling to your audience? Because that's one thing you've been very delicate about and also very conservative in terms of, yes, I support the technology, but I support the technology. So when you talk to your audience, or when you're sharing the word of Bitcoin and everything else, what I would like to know is how does that translate into entertainment? Because we've talked about CAA, we've talked about certain deficiencies there where there's a lack of comprehension.
Yeah, I mean, I think that CAA, which is the agency that represents me, they fired a lot of their Web3 team at the end of the bear cycle. So they didn't really understand how those cycles work.
It's like a metaphorical liquidation that happened to them.
I know,
they did it at the wrong time.
But I kind of, I think, you said it was sort of a dirty word, and I can't talk about this stuff with Bitcoin people. But you guys are, a very different group of people. And I did the first stand-up comedy special that was an NFT. And I learned about Ethereum and have two friends that taught me a lot about Ethereum and that protocol and that layer and what could be built on that. But, when I went
where they started dropping the word blockchain and they started talking about Pied Piper coin and all of these things, right? So very similar to what we were referring. Do you think there's a way that that brand, like, what do you think is going to be needed to get that catalyst of change? Like, because at that, I told you that story about the Fijian tuna fish, right? How the IoT sensor, once it got to a certain temperature, stamped on chain and held a party accountable. And that was my light bulb moment to understand blockchain, right? What do you think is a good opportunity to get the masses to understand that this isn't just a digital Ponzi scheme, just being a keyword, as much as it is a revolutionary change that eventually, even before we know it, we're all going to be using it agnostically?
Yeah, I think it's just awareness and wanting to bring people in. And so a lot of times it is just learning metaphors and ways of speaking about this in a way that is like palatable, to use that word a fifth time, to the general public, and to continue to build things like what's happening here, which is reputable companies in blockchain technologies that I think are going to lift everything up. And so more people see that and less people see the sort of downside of, you know, just less FTX and more Injective, I guess is what I would say.
I think we could all use a little less of FTX, that's for sure. And we can all use more of these trusted brands coming into the space. You know, having a TJ Miller come in and actually endorse not the concept, but the technology itself. We need trusted figures that aren't here just to shill a coin. You know, I always say that greed is the thing that destroys this industry. Everybody wants to get rich quick, and when you're pursuing that is when devastation takes place. And TJ, I just want to say you've done a phenomenal job being able to support this industry without necessarily doing it with any other motive than supporting the technology. So I thank you and I applaud you for that. And we need to bring more of you in this space.
And this is a great time for me to announce that I've got TJ Coin. See, I got to laugh.
Do not pump fund that. Do not.
No.
Well,
no TJ Coin, just TJ wanting more people from my world and everywhere to get more involved in these technologies. And in the future, which it starts here in a bank.
In a bank with anything else, the irony of that. Everybody, round of applause for TJ Miller joining us today.
Much. Thanks, guys.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Alrighty, guys, it was an absolute honor to have you all here. I see everybody already headed up. They can kind of smell the food or smell the cold cocktails upstairs. So with that being the case, we couldn't be happier to have you all here. Thank you all again for joining. We look forward to having you back next year. And with that being the case, we will have food and cold drinks upstairs from 4 to 7. So please join us, and very excited to have you all. Thanks again.